this day.
In 1954, in Bloomington, Indiana,
Bloomington.
David Lee Roth. Yes, that's
Real name?
That's his real name, David Lee Roth. Diamond Dave, if you prefer.
He swears that song is about a car.
It is.
He says it's absolutely about a car. No matter what you think, that song is about a car.
Yep.
Called the Panama Express that he saw at a car show. It's not about anything else. It's just about a car.
Yeah.
It's not about the country of Panama.
No.
It's not about a woman.
No.
It's about a car.
Makes you think it's about a woman.
But it's about a car.
It's about a car, yeah.
That's the poet that he is, and he can weave that magic for you.
He said, I was accused of writing songs about drugs and women. And I said, well, I've written a lot of songs about drugs. I've written songs about women. But, I've never written a song about a car.
Yeah.
So that's a song about a car.
And Yankee Rose is about a boat.
I thought it was about the country.
It's about a boat.
About the country of Yankee Rose?
No, America.
Oh. No, it's about a boat.
Now, from the misheard lyrics department, a lot of people think that song is Animal. Not
Animal.
Yeah.
They really do?
Yeah.
Yep, they do.
Oh, I love this song.
Well, let me roll up onto the sidewalk and take a look.
Whoa!
Whoa! She's beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a Yankee Rose.
Yeah. It's about America. You betcha.
And she looks wild. Are you ready for the new sensation? Well, here's a shot going round the world. All you bathroom boys salute when a flag unfurls.
Yeah.
Could be a boat.
Yeah.
It's a ship.
Could be America.
I think it's America. It's about America.
I don't know what you may have heard, but what I need right now is the original Good Time Girl.
Yeah. It's about America.
Could be.
I think it's pretty obvious.
Vision from coast to coast.
Yeah. Obviously. All these moralists who attribute sexual themes to rock and roll.
I don't know.
That's they're just looking for stuff.
They need to look in their own house.
They're
That's what-
projecting.
yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Exactly.
When she walks, watch the sparks will fly.
Yep.
Firecracking on the 4th of July. No sad
4th of July.
songs in the air.
Yeah.
See?
We'll stay our independence. So
It's very
I don't think it's about a boat.
These songs are really appealing to boys of a certain age.
Yes,
and,
they are.
and girls of a certain age.
Well, okay.
They appeal to me.
But particularly boys of a certain age. Adolescents.
Yep.
Makes you think of your youth, doesn't it?
We went to a pawn shop in Provo, Brad and I, and we bought this guitar amp that was, I'm not kidding, 6 feet tall
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay.
and about 4 feet wide.
Had tubes in it?
It was big. It was heavy.
I'll bet it had tubes in it.
I don't know what was inside of it, but we just took and plugged our stereo into it, to make it a great big speaker, and then we'd play music like this.
Yeah.
You were a teenage boy.
Yes.
Adolescent boys.
Exactly.
I enjoyed similar things, and usually cigarettes were involved,
raise them up there. Let's see who salutes, baby.
and maybe a beer.
This song has Billy Sheehan, one of the best rock bassists, and Steve Vai, one of the best rock guitarists. David Lee Roth got some good people together for his solo project.
He just mentioned apple pie. See,
Yeah.
it's not about a boat.
No, it's not. It's about the country.
It's about America.
America. And everybody knows David Lee Roth's a patriotic person.
Oh, yeah. That's a fine way to start the day.
How was the weekend?
Oh, it was great.
Yeah?
It's fine.
Did you do anything fun?
Me? No.
You? No?
There's no fun to be had these days.
You were just being a chauffeur.
Not even that.
Not even that?
Because Mohammed's done with golf's over.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's done with
We're-
golf's over?
We're in between sports. Which is good.
So what you didn't have anything to do?
It was a fine weekend. How about you talk about your weekend?
I didn't do anything. Let's see what I did really zero.
We did zero this weekend. I mean, I did podcast on Saturday, but we did nothing because we're anticipating a hectic week this week.
Oh, well, we have our 8,000th episode on
that?
Thursday.
Uh-huh.
And so there's that, and they're digging a big hole in my driveway.
Is
Oh,
that
your
the
sewer?
Yeah, I meant to ask you
Yeah.
about that with the flooding. It is the sewer, huh?
Yeah,
The connection, your connection to the city line.
guy snaked a camera down there. And he says, I want you to come and look at this. See this. And he started to pull the camera back,
Now this is not a colonoscopy you're talking.
Well,
about.
It's
I made
like that. It's
I
very
made the
much
colonoscopy joke because it looked like that. He says, "You see all that stuff? Roots, all of it, roots."
Roots.
Yep. And I'm like, "How does this happen?" He says, "Well, it's
trees.
it's not even that it's pipe. It's that it's like terracotta or something like
Yeah.
that. And when they connect them,
Yep.
they thought that was good enough.
Yep. Back in the day.
Yeah.
They don't do that no more.
No, just roots just growing right on through.
So is it now? There's a point where it's the city's problem and where it's your problem.
It's his problem if it's in his driveway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're starting at my problem. And so I gotta call insurance today and see if they
Oh,
can
fun!
cover any of it because we're just paying out of it's like $25,000.
Oh my God.
So
Really,
we gotta,
that much?
Yeah. So we got to dig up the hole here. We got to go through your driveway, and then it's about 7 feet down. And I went, oh God. He goes, yeah. So it'll just be a couple of days getting to it, and then
Couple of days.
then once we get to it, then we shove this thing up in there that goes all the way up to your house and it takes all the roots out.
Yeah.
And then we
It's a blade that
yeah.
spins.
And then we send the special lining up it, so it won't do that again.
Yeah. This sounds exactly like the last colonoscopy I had.
Yeah.
Took them 2 days.
Well, they looked and they said roots.
Ruts.
There's roots.
Those
need to-
terracotta colon.
We need to shove that spinning blade up there and then put a lining in.
And then we're waiting for the tree doctor today to see if he can save my tree.
Oh yeah.
Save
Can't
the tree.
you can't save the whole thing?
You want to save the tree? It's just going to put more roots in there.
This is back in the back.
I know. If it were me, I'd have it out for all trees, not just I'm gonna all you trees are gonna pay.
So hectic week.
Yeah.
But yeah, now I gotta write some Beat Gina jokes for this thing on Thursday.
Jokes.
Oh,
I mean trivia, hard trivia questions.
I wrote 2 this morning.
Oh, you did?
I did. I think you'll like them as a matter of
good.
fact.
All right.
They started coming to me this morning. It should be easy to knock.
I
some out.
purposely put all of it out of my head until
I did
the
too,
shower this morning.
I did too until this morning, and then I looked at it and went, "Oh, I know," and I wrote 2. So. Take a look. I think you'll like them
Please.
on that shared document.
Thingy. All right. Let's
Get it over with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because as soon as we do that, then we can end it.
Yeah. So let's take a break, and then we'll come back. And so you got anything to tell us about roots?
You got roots?
You had a colonoscopy recently? 877-602-9696. That's the number to call and check in with the Radio from Hell show. We are prepared to talk about anything you want to talk about.
Really? We're prepared? I don't know how prepared.
Speak.
Okay.
I am okay. Let me speak for myself.
Okay.
I'm prepared to talk about anything you want to talk about.
Okay.
Don't ask Gina anything.
No.
She's dubious. 877-602-9696. That's the number. Call and check in with the Radio from Hell show. Eh?
You're Canadian. You can call.
I don't know.
Why you did that.
I don't either.
All right.
Carrie Billing. Here's what Bill Allred is thinking when he's not on the air.
Gotta think up some new features for Radio from Hell. Spice the show up. Maybe we could do a top 10 list. Now, every morning show has ripped that idea off from Letterman. What about bringing back that character I used to do? PBA bowling champ Wayne Zahn. God, no. That was stupid then, and it'd be stupid now. What about a character who can read minds or predict the future? No. That's too much like Karnak. Double time checks might make things sound snappier. It's 7:27, 27 minutes after 7. Geez, that's stupid. God, I just know I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is thinking when he's not on the air.
Oh, we gotta start working on this new Space Elders bit for this fall. And maybe we should call it Elders in Space. No, that's too much like pigs in space. Space Elders, that's it. Man, it's gonna take a lot of production, music, and sound effects. Good acting jobs by Bill and Chunga, which is next to impossible. Maybe I'll ask the janitor to do a role, even he'd be better than those guys. Man, this Space Elders is gonna take a lot of work, but it's really gonna spice up the show when we get it going. Man, I'm gonna be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Jimmy Chunga is thinking when he's not on the air.
Pudding, chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, butterscotch pudding, rice pudding, tapioca. Oh man, I love pudding. Jello pudding pops, chocolate and vanilla pudding swirled together. Oh, pudding. P-U-D-I-D. Oh, pudding. I'd kill everyone in this room for one spoonful of sweet pudding.
Let's get this over with.
Okay, then we'll go to your check-ins. I see a couple of people are on the phone there. 877-602-9696 is the number. I think there's a line open. You can also text us at 33986. Gina?
Advantage U Signature PPO is a Medicare Advantage plan created in Utah with access to a huge network of doctors and hospitals, including University of Utah Health, Steward, and Mountain Star and Intermountain Health. To see if Advantage U is right for you, visit AdvantageUMedicare.com.
The moon is essentially full. A full moon today.
It was pretty bright when I got up.
99.5% of full. That's what it is. And then it'll start waning away. The moon will set today at 8:20 a.m. Today being Monday. It's the 10th day of October in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. 29 days until the midterm elections. And
counting down to the 8,000th episode of the Radio from Hell show. Today is episode
7,997.
On X96.
Means 3 more days until the 8,000th episode, which we will be celebrating this Thursday. We'll tell you more about that coming up. This is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. That's Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer. Dawson and Cameron Diaz helping out as well, I do believe. It's Indigenous Peoples Day, not Columbus Day, because, you know, Columbus kidnapped and forced Indians to collect gold for him, or else he'd cut off their noses.
Oh, geez.
He ordered every Indian over the age of 14 to give a large quantity of gold to the Spanish on pain of death. Those without gold were allowed to give cotton instead.
I guess we'll take cotton.
Columbus was not a nice man. That's why it's not Columbus Day. It's Indigenous Peoples Day.
And the liquor store's closed today.
It is. It is. Settlers under Columbus sold 9- and 10-year-old girls into sexual slavery.
Oh, jeez.
He was a great guy. Do you know how many things there are named after Christopher Columbus?
A lot.
Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia.
Columbia, yeah.
That's,
wow.
Christopher Columbus. His name is everywhere. Everywhere. There you go. Indigenous Peoples Day.
Let's begin the check-ins with Jim.
Hello?
Jim?
Hello. Are you there?
Hello?
Can you hear us?
I am.
James, hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, this is James.
Hi, what's up?
The Jim threw me off.
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to check in. I work at a high school, and I'm getting in here this morning. Thank you for letting me listen.
Sure.
I wanted to mention something about that David Lee Roth song from earlier.
Yeah.
So he, in addition to having some of the greatest musicians ever on the Eat 'Em and Smile record, he also re-recorded it in Spanish.
Did he
There's
really?
the entire album in Spanish.
Really?
And you know, Dave never does anything halfway, right? So just with reckless abandon, just yelling in Spanish.
I've
It's
never
clear.
heard that.
That's fascinating.
Yeah. I think the Spanish title is Sonrisa Salvaje, like Savage Smile.
Eat 'em and
But yeah, no, it's just word for word.
And
it's
he
the
used
greatest road trip record of all time.
He used the same musicians.
Yeah. It's the same track. It's just him, just belting it out in
I
Spanish
see.
like he knows what he's saying.
I see. So he just went back and used
find
the
it, Carrie?
recording.
Good.
Here's some of it right now,
Yeah.
James. Here we go.
¿Cómo? Bueno, déjame nomás subir a la acera para echarle un ojo. ¡Uy! ¡Qué bella! Me refiero a la Yankee Rose.
That's cool.
Una rosa silvestre. Salvaje, salvaje, salvaje. ¿Quieren saber la más nueva noticia? Todo el mundo está hablando ya.
Excellent. This is much better. You know, it's still a song about this country,
Yes.
Of course.
Thank you, James. Thanks, James.
Thank you.
Wait,
Wait,
hold
James?
on. No, that deserves something.
That deserves a prize.
That deserves a
James has
prize.
earned a book bag or a
How
coffee
about
mug. Both. You get both.
You know what?
James.
Yes?
I'll take whatever it is.
All right. Hang on the line. Somebody will give you something.
Hang on.
That made my week.
I have a newfound respect for David Lee Roth.
Well, you know, he quit music for a while and became an EMT.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah.
So, I mean, we make fun of him, but, you know.
With talent like this,
All right.
that's nice.
go to
That's
Adam.
nice.
Adam.
Hello, Adam.
You can't follow that, Adam.
I'm sorry, Adam.
Adam,
I don't think I can.
go ahead. You can.
I don't think I can follow that up.
You can do
It's
it.
tough.
You can do it, Adam.
Hey, so I'm kind of a nerd about obscure facts and kind of things. So on your 8,000th episode, I did some math.
Uh-oh.
So at about 4 hours per episode,
Oh,
you guys
no.
have been on the air for 32,000 hours.
How many days is that?
That equals 3 years, 7 months, 25 days, and 8 hours
Wow.
straight on the radio.
32,000 hours.
You stand that close to an open microphone for that long, you're bound to make some mistakes.
You
That's all I
think?
can say.
In 4 hours, we're bound to make some mistakes. Adam, thanks for that fact. That's
Adam,
good.
that's-
It's an
wow.
excellent fact.
And I have a quick question, not just for Adam, but for everybody. Has anyone seen our billboard?
Uh-uh. Is it out? Supposedly?
I had a sighting 3 weeks ago in Utah County.
You personally
I
did.
have
Not me.
Oh.
I had a reported sighting
I
from
have
Wade
not
Taylor.
seen it anywhere.
But I've not seen it anywhere else, and I saw it once out front here on our big thing, our big Jumbotron billboard thing that we have in front of the building. I saw it once last week, but I haven't seen it since.
It's been so long, I don't even remember what it is.
Exactly. All right, thanks, Adam.
See you later.
Let's see. Teacher Emily checking in. Called to jury duty last Friday. Told them that Radio from Hell is one of my news sources. I'm guessing that's why I wasn't chosen. It's a good idea if you want.
Yeah.
Chef Roy checking in. Good morning. Happy Indigenous Peoples birthday or day.
Yeah.
When did Columbus go to India? What?
Columbus,
He's saying
he always,
Indians. He was trying to get to the West
he,
Indies.
no, he always, to the day he died, he swore that he was on the Indian coast. He was in Asia. He was not at America. And all that stuff about the world being flat and Columbus and all that, that's bunk. That's all a lie.
Yep.
People knew the world was not flat.
Lunch lady Katie checking in. Sweet and sour chicken today.
Ooh.
Wow.
That's good.
Again, our producer Katie feeling ripped off. Johnny B checking in. Sewer line routes suck. No more checking in for me until later next week. I'm heading to New Orleans. Hopefully my liver is ready. As for my house, I got a section of my roof shingled over the weekend.
Congratulations.
Yeah, there we go. But yeah, I haven't seen our billboard.
No,
I just saw on the board out here. I've
Yeah.
seen it there.
You saw it there?
Yeah.
Okay, so at least it's there.
Yeah.
I saw it on a monitor in the production room here.
Yeah.
Somebody showed it to me. And I went, oh, that one, yeah.
And like I said, Wade Taylor, one sighting in the wild, and that was it.
I really don't remember what it is.
It's not any. It's basic.
Yeah, well,
It's not a joke sign or something. It's just.
it's very.
8,000 episodes. Radio from Hell. That's all it.
Huh.
That's it.
Well, you think that could, be out there.
You'd think.
You would think. Because it's not going to be any good.
A couple days
Yeah,
from
a
now.
couple of
Well,
days.
I guess it still is. We will have surpassed 8,000 episodes, but that's still a milestone, I guess.
Full moon. We'll give you this.
Everybody look at the moon. Everybody seeing the moon. The moon is white, is milky white. Everybody look at the moon. Oh. Yeah, I did a song.
All right. Yeah.
32,000 hours. Jesus. No wonder I'm tired.
If you're not tired after that,
Man.
you will be by Thursday.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I guess we ought to get going here.
Are we for the event? Tickets still available?
I
As far
think
as
I
I
have
know.
not been. I've not been told to stop talking about it.
Yeah.
So
All right. So that's Thursday.
Yeah.
At Broadway Theater.
Yeah, go to our website and buy tickets.
Yes.
Carrie saw something this morning that UDOT isn't mentioning, but you said the exit at State Street from I-80 was closed?
was closed. There were trucks and everything. Maybe it's open now.
Good. Maybe it was just overnight construction. If you know, if you're out there and can report, you do that by texting us, 33986. Big O Tires has scary good deals this October. So I have to read it when it says scary good deals. It's October. Save up to $190 on select sets of tires now through October 30th. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
All right, in our next break, you'll get not only big boy news and opinioendo, you will also get, in the same break, very important sports.
All right.
All coming up. Stand by. And we'll have that for you. Yes.
Radio from
I went to a wedding on Saturday in Utah County, Alpine, Utah.
Yes.
And I was looking for something to do while I was down there. I thought my wife and I thought we'd just go to a restaurant or something. And for the wedding, first of all, it was the most traditional wedding. I didn't go to the wedding, but we were there right after the reception. And it was just the most traditional thing I'd seen in a long time. The cutting of the cake and got to smash a piece of cake. Yeah, they do the dance and they did this one thing. They do a dance where the bride dances around and they put money on her dress. All of this stuff. Just everything about a wedding that's sort of you think of as a cliche about weddings. They did, and I don't mean that negatively.
Through the bouquet?
All of that. So it was nice to see we know the parents of the groom and hadn't seen them for a while, so it was nice to visit with them. So Jesse Parent is his son. Anyway, so I thought, I know what we'll do. We'll go on the Alpine Loop. Somebody had suggested we do that, and they were right. It was
take a drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get you some driving.
So you go up American Fork Canyon for a while, and then there's a turn off to the Alpine Loop. And I thought, I know what we'll do. So we'll go all the way over and down into Sundance, and then we'll have something to eat at Sundance. And it was just stunningly beautiful. And I can imagine what it's like in the fall. People go up there, but somebody said in the fall it's beautiful, but there are just a line of cars all the time.
Everyone's doing it.
Yeah. While we were there weren't a tremendous number of people there. And then we stopped at a place, it's kind of a little bit of a detour off the Alpine Loop called Cascade Falls, which is so incredibly beautiful and unusual. It's not like a big waterfall. It's water. It's like a series of rocks, and the water comes down and forms different pools.
That sounds like a waterfall.
Well, it's not like you think of a waterfall usually as like a big drop of water from a high place. No, this is
several different.
Yes, like different levels and stuff, and there's like a boardwalk you can go on, and just beautiful foliage and all kinds of different plants and fish in the pools, and really
Did you
nice.
Go eat?
Then we went back, got on the Alpine Loop, and that again is just, it's a really narrow, it's 2 lanes, but very narrow, no divider line, no line markings or anything. And we dropped down into Sundance, and it was packed with people. Apparently there was a play going on, Cinderella. I think the Utah UVC, I think their theater department does plays up there in the summer.
No spoilers. I don't want to know how that ends.
Cinderella?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't go. We didn't go.
Okay.
But there were so with the one restaurant was just too full up. We couldn't.
You didn't have reservations.
No, and it, but the white, or see, not the White Owl, the Owl Bar.
Mm-hmm.
They don't take reservations, and they have burgers and stuff. So that's where we ended up eating, and we were sitting outside, but then of course there was a downpour, and we had to move inside along with everybody else. But I'm looking around, and some of the people you could tell were from Utah, but the majority of them were not.
How can you tell?
I don't know, the way that. Well, first of all, we're in a bar, so. But I don't know. You can just sort of tell there's just a difference. I don't know. And I just kept thinking, where do all these people come from? Where do they all come from and converge on Sundance like this? It's just kind of amazing. And you could overhear some conversations about, oh, isn't this beautiful? We've never seen anything like this, and all of that stuff. And I just thought, what brings them?
I was going to say the reason you knew they weren't from here is nobody came up to you and said they knew who you were.
Yeah, that's true.
That's how you know.
That's true.
They weren't from here.
That's true. Nobody seemed to recognize me, so
they were all from out of state.
That and their "I ain't from around here" brand hats that they were wearing.
No, if you overhear the conversation, and you can tell little bits and just what people are talking about and how they are. But there was a woman. So we go out. So we go outside on the outside patio at first and sit down. It's open air and everything. And just, my God, somebody was wearing perfume that was like.
If it's competing with the great outdoors, that's some strong
That's a problem.
Perfume.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was horrible. And it was. I finally figured out where it was, and it was like several tables away.
You don't want to sit downwind of that.
No, or anywhere. And then when we all moved inside,
it followed.
You could still, it was almost enough to make you not want to eat. It's like, I don't want to compete with this odor this perfume while I eat a hamburger and drink a glass of wine. But I managed to choke it down. But it was a great. If you ever want to just do something really nice, and it's not a very long drive from American Fork Canyon over to Sundance and down into Provo Canyons. You could do it in less than an hour. We took more time but it's just beautiful. And whoever recommended doing that, thank you. It was excellent, an excellent day.
Bill did something.
I did. It's been a long time since my wife and I don't do anything anymore. We hang out.
You guys had a date.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice?
It was nice. It was exceptionally
Did
nice.
you reconnect?
Not so much.
No.
No, yes, of course. But we need some. I'd like to do a little more reconnecting.
Sure.
Because when you start reconnecting, it could be kind of fun.
Wait a minute, I like this.
Hey, I like this kind of connecting
Wait a
stuff.
minute.
We do. Hey, you know what? My wife is beautiful. How about that?
I don't notice it when we're home all the time, but you go out and you notice it.
Yeah. So anyway, but whoever suggested the Alpine Loop, thanks for doing that. I really appreciate it. It was great.
Cascade Springs, not Falls.
There's Cascade Springs and Falls.
Yeah.
Cascade Springs is, you see that right when you go on to the Alpine Loop.
Mm-hmm.
To get to Cascade Falls, you have to leave the Alpine Loop and drive toward Heber for 6 or 7 miles.
If you keep going, you get to Radiator Springs. That's a different spring.
That's a different. You don't want to go there.
That's from a cartoon, Gina, so no.
No?
No. fine. The more you suffer, the more it shows you really care. Yeah, right.
All right, very important sports coming up right now. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
Advantage U Signature PPO is a Medicare Advantage plan created in Utah with access to a huge network of doctors and hospitals, including University of Utah Health, Steward, Mountain Star, and Intermountain Healthcare. To see if Advantage U is right for you, visit AdvantageUMedicare.com.
I had no idea Keanu Reeves was married.
He's not.
Yes, he is. Oh, yes, he is. Keanu Reeves is married to Winona Ryder.
What?
It's they say it's with the longest, one of the longest standing marriages in Hollywood.
It's not.
Reeves has once again addressed talk that he and Ryder are actually married, thanks to actual priests officiating the wedding scene performed in Romania for the 1992 Francis Ford Coppola directed film Bram Stoker's Dracula. So if it was a real priest in the movie, they're really married. Quote, "We did a whole take of a marriage ceremony with real priests," Reeves said in an Esquire video. Winona says we are married. Coppola says we are married, so I guess we're married under the eyes of God.
We're not.
Well, that's what he says. He says, I guess we're married.
Under the eyes of a Romanian god, Bill. That's different.
Well, back in 2018, the two actors talked to Entertainment Weekly while promoting their rom-com Destination Wedding. Oh, I remember that movie. No, I don't know. And Winona Ryder said that she believed that we are, in fact, married. In that scene, Francis used a real Romanian priest. We shot the master, and he did the whole thing, so I'm pretty sure we're married. Ryder had to remind Reeves that they had done the entire ceremony, including saying, "I do." Don't you remember that, she said? Don't you? It was on Valentine's Day. Oh, my gosh, we're married then, said
It's
Keanu
the only
Reeves.
thing I have, Winona says. Let me be married to you.
No,
At
she's
least
got
in my
stranger
mind.
things. She's got stranger things. Sydney Sweeney says, this is good news. She's not going to stop doing nude scenes. Thank God for that. With two first-time Emmy nominations for her roles in Euphoria and The White Lotus, Sydney Sweeney is riding pretty high in Hollywood. That doesn't mean she's set for life. If I wanted to take a 6-month break, I don't have income to cover that, she said. I don't have someone supporting me. I don't have anyone I can turn to pay my bills or call for help. She said that, or that might sound weird coming from an actress, given how much discussion there is about big paydays in the industry. But she explained that while established stars get paid a lot of money, they don't pay actors like they used to. Actors like me, she said, I'm a journeyman worker.
Working actor.
She said, now she may be on her way to big paydays, but right now she says, I don't make as much money as you think I do. Kevin, tell me what you think about this. I have my own opinion, but I could be way off base. Kevin Smith is a huge fan of superheroes and all of that.
Yeah.
And he says, but he's not going to be directing a Marvel movie anytime soon. Now, why is that? Well, he says that it has a lot to do. He has a lot of love for the Marvel properties, but he says, I would never direct an installment of it.
I don't think
It's a
they would.
fool's errand. You're going to piss somebody off. It's just too much. I will never direct one. And my take on it was, as Gina was just about to say, I don't think they're ever going to ask him to direct one.
He's been asked to do a lot of things with DC and Marvel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He has.
And he's turned them down.
Oh, okay. Well, then
Because
I'm wrong.
Because of toxic fandom.
Yeah, okay. Then I'm wrong.
He's just like, because he did He-Man. You know, he wrote and produced this new He-Man cartoon. And he's gotten nothing but crap.
He's like, I'm not going to bother with it anymore.
And he's like, well, I'm going to continue to do it because, I like it, but
nothing else.
This is just a small taste of the vitriol that I'll get from Marvel
can't
or DC
please
fans.
anybody.
Well, then I'm backing off. Then he's being honest there, and that's the deal. With the midterm elections just a month away, people are making their voices heard before decisions are made at the ballot box. A few hundred people gathered at the Utah State Capitol Saturday to voice their support of voting for candidates who support women's rights. And I'm not sure who those are in Utah.
Tell me,
I'm
I
not
wanna
sure.
know.
This was part of a nationwide effort to hold rallies around the country calling for change, particularly in light of the U.S. Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. I'm really excited to see people come out here and support us women. We need to take charge and support each other, said Alondra Barrera, one of the demonstrators. Speakers at the rally talked about the importance of a woman having the right to choose whether or not to have an abortion, as well as the Equal Rights Amendment. I don't know. Now, ladies, really, you should just sit back and not worry so much, because John Curtis down in Utah County,
Yes.
he's making those decisions.
As a man.
He doesn't want to make
No,
those
he
decisions.
doesn't want to, but he knows that you ladies aren't capable of making your own decision.
As a man, he is capable.
So you should just don't worry your pretty little heads about this. Let John Curtis take care of it for you. Speakers at the rally talked about the importance of a woman having the right to choose whether or not to have an abortion. They talked about the Equal Rights Amendment, and they rallied to support the LGBTQ community, women of color, and the working class, all groups fighting for greater representation. That coal mine is continuing to burn here in Utah. It's burning underground, and it has been since September 20th.
Oh, my
It's still too dangerous to enter, and it could be weeks or even longer before the fire is out and the mine resumes coal production. Mine operators are trying to drill into the burning Lila Canyon mine in hopes of devising a plan for putting out the fire that's filling the underground mine with hazardous gas and indefinitely disrupting operations at Utah's most productive coal mine. There's plenty of fuel for it down there, plenty of fuel. In what appears to be the heaviest wave of missile and rocket attacks since the opening week of the war, Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities were rocked by deadly Russian strikes on Monday. Officials said that they targeted critical energy infrastructure. Several regions of Ukraine are now suffering power outages. Russian President Vladimir Putin has threatened further harsh response following the massive explosion on the strategic bridge linking Russia and Crimea. On Saturday, that happened. Putin will hold an operational meeting of his Security Council on Monday. The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv warned U.S. citizens to shelter in place and depart Ukraine if they can do so safely, calling the security situation in the country highly volatile. Landslide in Venezuela killed at least 25 people.
Wow.
50 people are missing in the north-central state of Aragua. According to officials, landslide came down in the Santos Michelina municipality after days of heavy rain. Donald Trump, he just continues to surprise, doesn't he?
No.
Oh, yes, he does.
It's not surprising.
This is surprising. A Republican campaign rally on Sunday in Arizona, former President Trump took the opportunity to defend keeping classified documents by accusing past presidents of doing the same. Trump said many other presidents stored millions of pages of documents in warehouses, some of them without front doors that worked, he said. It gets better. His speech erroneously claimed former President Barack Obama moved over 33 million pages of documents to a former furniture store in Chicago.
Not true.
No, of course not. The National Archives previously debunked that claim, saying that they transported 30 million unclassified documents to a secure federal facility in Chicago. And then Trump, this is even better, falsely claimed that former President George H.W. Bush took, quote, millions and millions of documents to a former bowling alley, pieced together with what was then an old and broken Chinese restaurant. They put them together. And it had a broken front door and broken windows. Other than that, it was quite secure. Trump also questioned why Bush, among other presidents, was not being prosecuted. He's dead!
Well, that and none of this happened.
No. None of it happened.
None of it.
H.W. isn't dead.
George, he was talking about the other one, the older. He was talking about W.
H.W.
Yeah.
W.
Herbert Walker is
not the dead.
Is not the dead one, but
the point of the whole thing is that he confessed to having the documents.
No, and he said they're mine. I want them back.
He confessed in public that I took them. He said I took them in boxes. He said that in public in a microphone. Let's arrest him.
And then we should take a break, but
Yeah.
I have a list here of all the places named after Christopher Columbus.
We'll get to it.
It is astonishing.
Weather, traffic.
Well, it still doesn't feel like October. We should be in the 50s and 60s now, and we're not.
It feels like October in the mornings.
Yeah, it's nice and cool in the mornings. Let's see, it's 55 right now. We'll get up to 77 for a high today, and we stay in the mid to upper 70s for the foreseeable future. I've got the 10-day forecast in front of me, and that's
No change.
what it is. So I guess it's nice and sunny. We'll look for a positive there. Traffic, thank you. I knew you guys would know what happened. A beam fell on the freeway. A few cars hit it. I'm a tow truck driver. I had to tow 2 of those cars. That was the incident Carrie saw on the way to work this morning, I-80 exit at State Street. But looks like it's open now, but that's what happened earlier. So our friends of the program know everything, I
Yes.
think. Let me see if there's anything else going on. I think it's pretty mild commute so far. If you do see something and you want to report it, you can text us, 33986.
That State Street I-80 exit is open.
George Herbert Walker Bush was the elder Bush.
Elder Bush, yes.
The HW.
HW
is the elder Bush, the dead one.
Okay.
All right. Very important sports brought to you by
Anime Bonsai returns October 14th through the 16th to the Davis Conference Center. Enjoy cosplay, gaming, panels, anime art vendors, and people watching. It's going to be an incredible year for Anime Bonsai. Get tickets today at animebonsai.org.
And here he is, Edward H.W. Brass.
The elder.
Yes, the elder Brass, Mr. Amy Donaldson himself, attorney at law.
star of the Letter podcast.
Yes.
Star.
Star.
Supporting
Best
player.
supporting actor. Well, this is the. I lived in a place named Columbus for 3.5 years. Edition of Very Important
Ohio.
Sports.
Columbus,
yeah.
Ohio.
Yeah, exactly. And so I didn't know it was the same guy, though.
It's everything Columbus is named after him.
For Pittsburgh listener Mauricio Paez, a deep underground coal miner, and McAllen, Texas listener and great-great-grandson of the Lone Ranger, Raul Montemayor.
I didn't know that.
Yep. The Japanese Grand Prix from Suzaka Miya Prefecture, Japan. Longtime, very important sports listeners will remember that Miya Prefecture is where Gojira first emerged from the ocean in 1954. The winner was Max Verstappen from the Netherlands. Second, Rodan from Japan. Third, Mothra, also Japan. Fourth, Sir Lewis Hamilton, greatest driver of all time. Season's almost over. Major League Baseball, something we usually don't talk about, was very big over the weekend. In the wild card playoffs, where you have to win 2 of 3, the Cleveland Guardians, you can attribute this to their name change. Guardians of the Galaxy from Cleveland swept favored Tampa Bay 2-0. They won Game 2, 1-0, on a 15th inning walk-off home run by a rookie.
I watched some of that
Oh,
game.
you did?
Yeah.
Pretty exciting ending, and the kid was very excited.
Oh yeah, I mean, I kept sort of was looking at the score and I said, "Wait a minute, it's in the 10th inning and it's still 0-0. I mean, maybe I'll look in on this."
This is the time of year that baseball is really good.
Yeah.
Next up for the newly named Guardians, Aaron Judge and the mighty Yankees beginning Tuesday. The Seattle Mariners upset and swept the Toronto Blue Jays 2-0. In Game 2, they were down 8-1 in the 5th inning, but won 10-9.
Jeez.
It's the biggest comeback in wild card history. Next up for Seattle.
Sean Means is thrilled.
Is he?
Oh, yeah.
Well, they play the Houston Colt 45s next, so don't be thrilled for too long.
Yeah.
In the National League wild card, the Philadelphia Phillies swept favored St. Louis Cardinals 2-0. Next up for the Phillies and their terrifying green anteater mascot, the Philly Fanatic, is the National League East champ Atlanta Braves. They begin on Tuesday. The Mets, who won 101 games, lost 6-0 to San Diego, the San Diego Padres. It's the only series to have gone all 3 games. The Mets are out in the wild card.
That's, so I hear people complaining about the wild card just because of this. And I think there's some validity to that.
Yeah, you
that
play
the team that won the most games out all of a sudden.
You play 162 games, and they tied the Braves and lost it on a tiebreaker, and they're out already. So that means that there will be no very important sports Lady Godiva recreation if the Mets were going to win the World Series. The Utah Jazz, the new faces on the Jazz are 1-1 in the preseason. They lost to the Toronto Raptors in Edmonton, Alberta, of all places, last Sunday, then beat the Murray High School varsity on Tuesday. The San Antonio Spurs, they play on Tuesday, maybe in the Alamo or maybe in the Salt Palace. I'm not sure which. In football, RSL 3, Portland 1.
They're still in it.
They dumped for a short period of time. They dumped Portland out of the playoffs. Portland had been in the playoffs for 3 straight years, and I think they were in the finals last year. RSL finishes 7th in the West, so that's the last spot. They play number 2 Austin in Texas, owned by Matthew McConaughey and others. In the Premier League, Arsenal, who's co-owned by radio mogul Kerry Jackson's in first place.
Thank you.
They defeated fading power Liverpool 3-2. Manchester City is in second, Tottenham third. Brighton, Hove, and Albion, that's one team, not 3, is in 4th place. In wrestling, Tommy Milagro wants you to know that somebody named Christina Von Erie and Michaela Coulter are being sued by Chris Dickinson for defamation. They're all wrestlers.
I don't know who any of those people are.
Yeah, and they're alleging that he was physically violent towards them, and so he sued him for defamation, and he's going to lose. Okay, college football. Number 11 Utah lost to number 18 UCLA, 42-32 in the Rose Bowl. 4-2 Utah fell to number 20 in the rankings. So that shows that the people who do the rankings respect Utah. They didn't knock them out completely. UCLA rose to number 11. Following the game, Utah Twitter was calling for the head of defensive coordinator Morgan Scalley.
The defense was terrible in that game.
Someone suggested that he should be left on the tarmac and not ride home on the plane. There's no rest for Utah. Next up is number 7 USC in Salt Lake this weekend. In a fairly unwatchable game, which I watched, unranked Notre Dame wearing jerseys that were fit for a medieval choir that beat number 16 BYU 28-20 in Las Vegas in what they called the Shamrock Series. Now both BYU and Notre Dame are unranked, so it didn't do Notre Dame any good to beat them, and BYU's out of the rankings. The highlight of the game was Katie's ad for a personal injury law firm. She was great. Next up, unranked Arkansas for BYU. Utah State won a game. They beat Air Force 34-27. They're 1-4. Next, they play Colorado State. In maybe what's the best team overall in the state, Weber State. Weber beat Eastern Washington 45-21. They're 5-0, and they're ranked number 7 in the country. They will play Portland State next, and they'll win that game. Elsewhere in college football, number 1, Georgia 42, Auburn 10. Number 2, Ohio State 49, Michigan State 20.
I'm sorry. Well, who?
The
40,
Ohio State.
49.
No, you said
the Ohio State University. Sorry. They're going to take my diploma back now. Number 3, Alabama, 24, Texas A&M 20. Now, Alabama went into that game ranked number 1, but they almost lost. They turned away a late touchdown pass from Texas A&M. They would have won the game, and that's probably why they dropped 3 places. Texas 49, Oklahoma University 0, behind Quinn Ewers, former Ohio State quarterback. In the NFL, the Colts over the Broncos. The Giants beat the Packers in England. The Bills crushed the Steelers. Mauricio Paez had 3 tackles. The Steelers want to fire their coach, who's won a Super Bowl for them. That's pretty crazy, or at least the fans do.
He's been there a long time.
Yeah, and he's a really good coach. Chargers beat the Browns. Vikings over the Bears. Saints beat the Seahawks. Jets won over the Dolphins after the Jets knocked out the Dolphins' backup quarterback. Tampa beat the Falcons on a dubious roughing Tom Brady penalty.
Like 10 minutes later.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, I mean, it was a normal tackle, and that allowed Tampa to hold on to the ball when the Falcons were mounting a comeback. Tennessee beat Washington. Houston beat the Jaguars. The 49ers over the Panthers. The Cowboys over the Rams, who are now 2-3, the Super Bowl winner. The Eagles beat the Cardinals. Eagles are 5-0, and the Ravens over the Bengals. And now I think I'll go do some jail visits and spread joy.
You do
That's what I
wherever
do.
you go.
That's right.
All right.
Your clients like to see you.
I'm just like the Easter Bunny. I'm bringing some baskets.
Thank you. Very important sports. Traffic, Gina, please.
Things are looking good right now. I have to go all the way to Brigham City to find any traffic for you. Crash eastbound US 91 on Medical Drive in Box Elder County. Maybe you're seeing something out there. You can text us if you do, 33986.
All right. So we've got Boner of the Day coming up. Stand by for that, and Big Boy News and more all coming up. Wendy's for lunch?
Sure.
Sure. You're up. You're getting ready to go to work.
Got to plan ahead.
Or jail visits or whatever it is that you're doing today. Plan ahead. Get the Wendy's app and order your Wendy's Pretzel Bacon Pub Cheeseburger. I've had people come up and tell me, I tried it because you told me to. By God, it's wonderful. Well, enjoy it for a limited time. It's there just temporarily, so get it while you can. Here's what it is. Warm, savory beer cheese, applewood smoked bacon, crispy fried onions, more cheese, Munster, throw that on there just for good measure, pickles, and the secret ingredient, as far as I'm concerned, the smoky honey mustard, because it works so well with the pretzel bun. You get the pretzel and mustard combination going. And, of course, that fresh, never frozen, hot and juicy patty. It is delicious. You will love it. And get yourself a Dr. Pepper with it to wash it all down. Again, for a limited time. So get it today at participating U.S. Wendy's. Dr. Pepper is a registered trademark of Dr. Pepper / 7-Up, Inc.
And now, a word from Carrie, Bill, and Gina.
I call this poem, I Hate X96. I can ride the wildest bronco in the wild and woolly west. I can take him, I can break him, let him do his level best. I can handle any cattle, ever wore a coat of hair. Hell, I've even had to tussle with a mean old grizzly bear. But there's one thing I can't handle, it nearly makes me sick. I gotta listen to that god-awful music just to hear my poems on X96. Oh, it's nice of Carrie and Bill to play my poems on the radio, but God, that music they put on about makes my lunch chunks blow. Who are these violent femmes? Their songs just make me sick. And then there's that Morrissey, a whining limey prick. When that 9-inch nails feller sings closer, it makes me feel mighty mean. And them two cute boys from Eraser are the biggest sissies I've ever seen. Give me country music from Bocephus, from Merle, and from Willie. I don't want no caterwauling from The Cure, or bands with names that are downright silly, like Hoodoo Gurus, Gene Loves Jezebel, Weezer, and Ween, and MC 900-Foot Jesus. Jesus, what the hell does that mean? I wish I could do my cowboy poems on a station with good old boys what plays country tunes. instead of that X96 with its long-haired, earring-wearing, sissified, sushi-eating, devil-worshipping goons. There is one good thing about X96. Heed my words if you wanna. At least them immoral bastards don't play them skank hooer songs by Madonna. I'm Conway Skinner.
This is a serious topic. I don't bring this up to mock or make fun of it. I was just very surprised.
What's that?
I was watching a football game yesterday, and I see an ad, and you know, you're half paying attention. And by the time the ad was over, I thought, did I see or hear what I thought I saw? And it was, do you suffer from anxiety?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, you know what?
What?
Jesus suffered from anxiety, too.
What? Well, I imagine it was stressful.
He Gets Us is what it said. Go to hegetsus.com. And I said, what did I just see there? Jesus suffered from anxiety?
Says who?
Well, said these people, this organization, whoever's behind this. It is an ad campaign, the biggest ever Christian advertising campaign. Television commercials along with online ads, billboards, to target millennials and Gen Z with a carefully crafted, exhaustively researched, and market-tested message about Jesus Christ. He gets us. So I went to the website, and the website is hegetsus.com. Mocked by elites, betrayed by friends, imprisoned by politicians, killed by the authorities, he forgave them all. And then there are these little articles. For instance, did Jesus face criticism? And it talks about that and then how it relates to your life. How did Jesus deal with injustice? How would Jesus be judged today?
He'd be a Democrat.
Probably.
Of course.
Did Jesus have any fun?
Did Jesus have any fun?
No, there were no Xboxes back then.
This is fascinating.
They're trying. Well, it's because kids are not as religious as their parents and their parents and their parents, so they're trying to reach the younger audience. It
We need to
sounds
make
like.
Jesus relatable.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Making Jesus relatable. The one that caught, but that one, and it's not on the website, or maybe it is someplace else. But anxiety. That really caught me off guard.
Imagine being
there.
the Son of God would be stressful.
Well, I wonder. Did Jesus face
He
anxious?
faced anxiety because he knew what was going to happen to him, and I'm sure that made him anxious.
I mean, assuming that this all happened. Well, I always had the impression that because he knew exactly what was going to happen, that he was pretty sanguine about everything.
No, Bill. He was the night before. He's praying and saying, "Please tell me this doesn't have to happen, Lord." And it's like, "Well, but if you want to make it happen, I guess I'll do it."
Yeah,
but
right at the end, yes.
And then the apostles that were with him kept falling asleep, and he's like, "I know I'm going to die tomorrow. Can't you stay awake and keep me company and help me pray to my dad and tell him what's
we're tired."
It's all right. Go back to sleep.
Gina,
Judas and I
Gina,
are
do
talking.
not turn this into an argument with me. That's not what I'm talking about here.
I'm saying I'm defending their position, saying I think at that time he probably had.
I am not. I don't have anything negative about their position. It's made me think. Of course, right at the end, Jesus, he said, "Oh, Lord, why have thou forsaken me?"
No, but the anxiety wasn't at the end. The anxiety was he knew what was coming before they arrested him, before any of that happened. He knew what was coming.
Assuming all that happened.
Well,
the Bible is not a history book.
I don't know. These superhero origin stories are often
riddled with
confusing.
Yeah. But it was just fascinating to see this during an NFL game.
Well, and that's why that makes it
campaign for Jesus.
mainstream. If it's during an NFL game, somebody paid a lot of money for that.
Let's see. It's the people behind He Gets Us say they will spend $100 million donated by a small group of wealthy anonymous families on the national launch, putting the campaign in the same financial arena as Old Navy, Mercedes-Benz, Ameritrade ads.
Or hear me out. You could take that money and do what Jesus would have done with it, and that's help the poor. It's just a crazy idea.
The video ads, some of which are already getting millions of views on YouTube, feature striking. It was very striking, black and white photos, stirring piano track made under the direction of Michigan-based marketing agency Haven. Each ad focuses on an aspect of Jesus' earthly experience with which today's the struggle is real crowd might resonate. Jesus was judged, too. Jesus had fun with his friends. Then the ad directs people to hegetsus.com, and where you can get merch, too.
Of course.
They got merch.
They say the nice thing about this is it's not directing people to any specific religion.
No, it's very non-denominational.
Jesus in general.
And then
General Jesus.
Romanian Jesus?
Then you can get a T-shirt that says Jesus was wrongly judged. Then you can get a sticker that says Jesus was a refugee. So they're trying to cover a lot of bases here. There's a water bottle that says He Gets Us on it. And then it says the cost of all of these things, the money that's garnered from that goes to the poor, it says. Oh, each one is different. The cost of the T-shirt, show love to a stranger. The cost of the hat, forgive someone. The hat says on it, Jesus era un inmigrante.
Jesus was an immigrant.
Yeah. I think it's just an absolute, and the ad was really done, really well done. So just it sort of caught me off guard and was very surprising.
It did what it was supposed
Yep,
to do. It was
exactly.
effective advertising.
It was very.
You know, it was more effective though. This.
Jesus is a friend of mine. Jesus is my friend. Jesus is a friend of mine. I have a friend in Jesus. Jesus is a friend of mine. Jesus is my friend.
That's more effective.
Was Jesus ever stressed out?
Sure.
That's what it says
He
here.
sweat blood in the. Did you guys read your Bible?
Gina?
Sweating.
Gina, why are you turning this into an argument?
You asked a question and I answered it.
Gina, I've read the Bible. If you want to do Bibles, if you want to do a Bible contest, let's do it. And let's see who knows the Bible.
Maybe that'll be Thursday. All right.
I'm going to have to bone up.
You don't have to bone up on traffic. There's nothing to know.
Well, yeah.
It is all knowable and
all the government employees are home.
Oh yeah, maybe that's part of it. I don't know.
That is it.
Things are looking good though. If you see something, you can text us 33986. If you're into Magic, Dungeons and Dragons, or Pokemon, Haster has it. Haster also has dice, miniatures, lots of entertaining board games. Go check it out. Haster Games, 6831 South State. Open Monday through Sunday. Get store hours and more at HasterGames.com.
Gina, there's a section on this website that's directed directly at you. Can I judge without being judgmental?
I don't know how.
Here are the boner candidates that you're going to be considering coming up. Boner candidate number 1, hey, thanks for the beer. Boner candidate number 2, well, if not a wedding, how about a funeral instead? And boner candidate number 3, look, them's the rules.
All right, we got that and more coming up, along with Big Boy News. Stand by. Randlife.com/X96.
A lot of people have anxiety over buying a house, that's for sure. And most people don't understand mortgages. Well, Randlife, a local mortgage company, can explain mortgages to you in simple terms and help you get one. There are all different kinds of avenues you can go with a mortgage. Maybe you already have a mortgage. Do what I did with Randlife and check into refinancing. You might get a lower rate. They could be able to save you money there. Or do a consolidation of your bills using your mortgage's leverage. How can you do that? Randlife can tell you how. If you go to randlife.com/X96, this is if you're building a home. That's another kind of mortgage you could look at. And you're worried about interest rates going up. Well, Randlife can lock your interest rate for an entire year when you build your new home. So they can tell you all about it better than I can. Go to randlife.com/X96.
Hi there, this is Karen.
We're having second thoughts because people will assume that's why we named him Donovan, and it's not the case.
And they picked it long before.
Yeah. And just parenthetically, there's a news story today that says 109 parents have apparently in 2018 named their baby Tesla. But I got an email from our former organized intern, Sarah Spain, about baby names.
Okay.
Said, I enjoyed listening to that letter from the woman who would like to name her child Donovan. I had a similar situation about 10 years ago. Despite the fact that my husband has repeatedly begged me to stop comparing our dog to other people's children, he's not here right now, so I'm going to do it. So they don't have kids, but we adopted a 2-year-old JRT.
Jack Russell Terrier.
Oh, yeah. Very good. Thanks, Carrie.
Carrie speaks dog.
From the Humane Society in 2010. And her name was listed as Belle. Now, I feel strongly that dogs should have 2-syllable names.
You should feel strongly about
nicknames and full titles notwithstanding, and so I changed it to Bella, trying to keep it as close to her original name as possible. A friend told me several years later that dogs are named like hurricanes as they come to the shelter. They just give them a name.
Yeah.
You can change it to whatever you want. They just give them a name because they want to call them something, but it's not that they respond to it necessarily or anything. So if you recall, in 2010, Twilight, the sparkly teenage vampires, was very popular, and every person asked me if I'd named my precious fur baby after that awful character from those books. I would posit that it's an actual insult that someone would think I would stain a creature
Stain.
with the name from the book series than someone thinking that you would name a child after, as Gina pointed out, a wonderful, generous human being and basketball player.
Yes.
However, years have passed, and not one person asked me if I named her after Twilight anymore. The question I get asked more often now is whether she is male or female, and my favorite response to kids especially is that her reproductive organs were removed, and I've never been able to ask her how she identifies, so I'll just call her Bella and don't worry so much about the label. Like that. As Bill mentioned, in the time young Donovan is in school, not Donovan Mitchell, but the kid, Spida Mitchell will probably have retired. Regardless, Donovan is a lovely name. It isn't like Avery, Office Products, or Stockton. Malone has a middle name, sure, but as a first name, some people shouldn't be. Malone as a middle name, sure, but as a first name, some people shouldn't be allowed to procreate. Or Zebulon or Elzard, hand to Thor. I absolutely attended school with both of those.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, Elzar and Zebulon. Or many of the other asinine names that people come up with to make their kids different. All it does is make each school year difficult as the teacher and new friends try to figure out how to say and or spell the name. So you shouldn't care what other people think. If 5 people think you named them after a great person and a basketball player, so what? At least it isn't someone who is a real turd. My name is Sarah every day. And every day I want to smack Sarah Huckabee Sanders for smearing our good name.
That's right.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a name for a child that doesn't carry with it someone who had it before. Good luck. Hope you get lots of sleep before August. I don't know why before August. What?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Is something happening in August?
Do we not know?
I don't know.
Does she know something we don't?
Maybe.
Oh, no. She's talking about the people whose baby's going to be born in August.
She's not talking to us.
No.
She's talking to them.
Okay, good.
Confusing.
She says, adopt, don't shop. Love the show. Gina, you don't ruin anything. Love your former intern, Sarah.
You know, I was at that graduation this weekend, so you spend 3 hours listening to names being read.
Mm-hmm.
There were 2 princesses.
The name.
The name Princess. And one of them, middle name.
What?
Leia.
Really?
Princess Leia.
I thought they didn't say the middle name.
No, I said some of them do.
They know that she's a general. General Leia.
Well, it's
Sanderson.
Not a princess anymore.
But there was an actual Princess Leia.
Wow.
And a lot of Emilys.
A
lot of Emilys.
You've gotten a lot of crap over the years for naming your kid Festus.
I have.
Yeah.
He was the only one in his class.
Festus, it's a biblical name.
And people spell it wrong all the time. They spell it with an IS. No. On his birth certificate, it's US.
Festus. It's a biblical king. Look it up. King Festus. It's true.
But if you want to run your baby names by us, email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Yeah, if you have any doubts about baby names or you're having a hard time coming up with one, my go-to name is Shlomo. But
there's a chat room. I know a guy named Zoltan Kolazar.
Oh, poor guy.
Well, he's Hungarian. I don't know.
I think that's Zoltan is a name that they give kids in Hungary.
A friend named Rachel was an elementary school teacher. One year, her bad student was also named Rachel. She spent every day yelling at herself.
Rachel!
Yeah, don't ever talk to teachers about what your baby name is, because inevitably they've had someone in their class that was the terrible kid has the. So just don't run it by teachers. You'll never be able to pick a name because they all have. Oh no, that's.
I had a bad Thane once.
A bad Thane?
Thane.
Thane.
He was a bad kid.
Thane. That's what.
I pulled Thane out because someone in the chat room says, "I love my son's name, Thane."
Thane.
Oh, is Thane a Utah thing?
No.
Are there Thanes everywhere?
Are there Thanes?
Yeah, I think so. It's not common, but it is.
I feel like it's a Utah name.
No, it isn't.
And I don't know why, and don't take this personally if your name is. I've never cared for the name Nathan.
How do you feel about Nate?
Nate's all right.
I
For some reason, Nathan. I've just never cared for that name.
I saw our friend Nathan from the mattress firm. He now works at R.C. Willey. See, Nathan, he's a nice guy.
He's a good dude. Yeah, I've never cared for the name. Like I said, don't take it personally. It's something wrong in my brain. All right?
I'm looking up Thane, Gina, just to see. But
how popular
is I don't know how popular it is.
Well, if it's very popular, then it must be everywhere.
Well, no, I don't know that.
I know a dude named Christian Shank. The hell? The last name Shank. There's just no right name, I think. Simple Pilots. 7:26. Time now for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, October 10, 2022? We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Got to win it. Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. Hey, thanks for the beer. A few unhinged members of a New Jersey comedy club audience must have gotten lost on their way to a Trump rally. Ariel Elias was in the middle of her stand-up set when a person in the crowd demanded to know if she voted for Trump. Now, she opened herself up to it a little bit at one point, she asked the audience in the comedy club, do you have any questions for me?
Yeah.
Apparently, she does this routinely so that she can banter with the audience a little bit. But she said, my set wasn't going great at Uncle Vinny's Comedy Club in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey. The hecklers were in a large party of approximately 20 people celebrating some Mexico-themed birthday, she says. And the vibes were all off from the beginning. They were just rowdy, and they were wearing fake mustaches. They had to be told to be quieted down even before my set started. And then she shared a clip of the incident on social media where it surpassed 1 million views by Sunday afternoon.
Hey, you probably saw it yesterday.
The exchange happened during the Q&A segment of her act. Somebody in the audience, a woman, yells out, "Did you vote for Donald Trump?" "Did I vote for Donald Trump?" "Well, what do you think?" the comedian responded. "Here's a question for you. Why would you ask me that in here, knowing that I'm the only Jew in the room? You trying to get me killed?" So that's pretty, she's being funny. She attempted to defuse the situation because somebody else kept yelling. She says, "Look, everybody, vote for who you want to vote for. I don't care who you voted for. I'm just happy we're all here together." "Well, I can just tell by your jokes you voted for Biden," the woman heckler yelled. "Well, I can tell by the fact that you're still talking when nobody wants you to, is that you voted for Trump," Elias said. And then just a couple of seconds later, somebody hurls a full can of beer at her. It hits the wall.
It could have hit her.
It's pretty heavy.
Hurt her if it
and
hit her.
she very smartly reaches down, picks up the beer, and then chugs what's left of it.
And they got kicked out, obviously.
Yeah, that crowd got kicked out. But, I mean, it was dangerous. It could have been even worse. I think I think heckling in general at a comedy club is stupid.
But this went
Yeah.
further than just regular heckling.
Boner candidate number 1. Hey, thanks for the beer. Here's boner candidate number 2. If not a wedding, how about a funeral instead? Gina, you brought this boner candidate to me. Tell us about it.
A Utah family says they're battling with the Midvale wedding venue over a refund after the groom died before getting married.
Oh.
They got engaged March of 2021, said Virginia Cervantes, talking about her daughter Daisy and Kevin, the man she was supposed to marry. So it's been a long road trying to plan this. It's been very stressful. Family says Kevin died earlier this month, just 2 weeks before the wedding was to take place. She had, Mom says I pictured her walking down the aisle, and we've all been very excited. If you go to x96.com/live, you can see a picture of the couple.
Did you mention he died by suicide?
I did not. I wasn't going to, but
he died. Well, I think that's even makes the story even more poignant.
Anyway, her mom said, on top of all the grief of dealing with his death and the complicated process of unplanning a wedding, this happened 2 weeks before it was supposed to happen. Family members and friends started contacting all vendors and suppliers, explaining what happened. Everyone reimbursed us except for the venue. Woodhaven Point would not give a refund. Their policy was very clear. On the contract, it says no refunds if it's within 90 days. Well, we didn't have a 90-day notice to give them. So instead, the venue said, well, we can't let you out of your contract. Why don't you use our facility for a celebration of life?
Oh. A celebration of life for a man who has died by suicide and was engaged to be married to this woman.
Well,
that's so inappropriate.
Well, and just what you want to do is, this is the place I was supposed to be getting married, but now I'm going to have a funeral there because they won't give me a refund on my... I know they have a contract. Give them a refund.
Boner candidate number 2. Well, if not a wedding, how about a funeral then? And the Woodhaven's attorneys, at least in this story we have here, has held firm. We're not going to give them a refund.
And it's in litigation now.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Look, them's the rules.
Boner candidate number 3 after this big boy news and Opinnuendo, brought to you by.
The downtown Salt Lake Farmers Market is open Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Pioneer Park, featuring locally sourced produce, meat, eggs, baked goods, packaged foods, unique specialty items. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
I was going to do this story, but I think you might be doing this in Geek News about Deadpool and T.J. Miller. Were you going to talk about that?
No.
T.J. Miller, I'll do it then. T.J. Miller says he won't work with Ryan Reynolds again.
Well, that's not...
Claiming his former Deadpool co-star was horrifically mean to him while in character on the set of the superhero film.
I don't think Ryan Reynolds wants to work with T.J. Miller again. No. I think that's the story.
In a new interview for the Adam Carolla Show podcast.
Well, there you go.
The actor confirmed that he will not be in Deadpool 3 following a really weird interaction he had with Ryan Reynolds while filming the second installment. Would I work with him again? No, I would not work with him again, said Miller, who played Deadpool's close friend Weasel. When Carolla asked Miller whether he and Reynolds were friends after starring in the hit and the sequel, T.J. Miller said, well, the success of the first one changed Ryan Reynolds. It changed him. I got along with him a lot better on the first Deadpool because he wasn't a huge movie star, said Miller, noting that he still loved Ryan Reynolds as a comedian. The Silicon Valley alum went on to call Reynolds kind of an insecure dude, you know? I mean, it's weird that he hates me.
No, T.J.
I now hate T.J. Miller.
No, T.J. Miller has been...
Yeah, nobody wants to work with you, T.J.
This is not new.
Yeah, and of course you can go on Adam Carolla and cry about that.
Yeah, Adam will let you string you along with that.
He's not going to call you out on it.
And let's see. Did I mention that Sydney Sweeney is not going to stop doing nude scenes?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
And we're appreciative.
Everybody.
I mean, to your story reporting.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we have that firmly in our minds. And Fred Armisen is playing Uncle Fester in Wednesday, is what it's called.
This has been a secret. until the trailer came out.
Yeah. Netflix debuted the trailer for their upcoming Addams Family spinoff called Wednesday. Wednesday, of course, being the young girl in the Addams Family. They previewed it at Comic-Con on Saturday, in addition to rounding out the cast with the announcement of Fred Armisen as Uncle Fester. Armisen appears in the trailer as the beloved character, surprising his niece Wednesday Addams, played by Jenna Ortega. She looks great, by the way.
Yep.
In the woods, as they set off on an adventure to get to the bottom of the strange occurrences at her near school Nevermore Academy. And there, if you go to x96.com/live, you can see Fred as Uncle Fester, and he looks great as Uncle Fester, who was he was one of my favorite characters on the old TV show.
Gomez! And Armisen is doing that kind of
doing that
an
voice?
affected voice? Yeah.
I didn't watch the trailer. I just
We'll play
saw
it
the
for you
stills.
coming up.
Okay. Governor Spencer Cox, although he remains hopeful about the long-term prospects of the proposed Lake Powell pipeline, Utah Governor Spencer Cox told faculty and students at Utah Tech University down in St. George that the short-term focus must be on dealing with the mega drought afflicting the state. Our climate is changing, Cox told the audience who packed the university's Kenneth Gardner Student Center. There is not an expert on the planet who can tell me whether this is a 20-year drought, a 50-year drought, or a 100-year drought. All I know is that we have to deal with what water we have right now, and right now our reservoir storage is very low. The Great Salt Lake is drying out, and there's not enough water in the Colorado River or in Lake Powell for what we want to do. During his hour-long visit, Cox fielded a handful of questions from students. One of the questions was about political climate today, and Spencer Cox took that opportunity. Let's see, as for the nation's political divide, Cox called the polarization dangerous and unsustainable, and he said much of the problem is due to social media, lack of participation in church and service organizations, and the nonstop negativity and cynicism of media, particularly people who go, what, when he mentions church, Carrie?
Carrie, you're part of the problem.
He says, Spencer Cox says, cable media is evil. CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, they're all evil. They have psychologists that help them program stuff to keep you addicted to what Harvard professor Arthur Brooks calls contempt. To keep you addicted to contempt. Cox said the best decision he ever made was when he decided to turn off cable news about 9 years ago. Haven't turned it on since. I'm 9 years sober, he said. Okay. More than 90% of Utahns live in the Great Basin, which is the region between the Rocky Mountains, including the Wasatch on the east, and on the west, the Sierra Nevada mountains. That's the Great Basin. In total, there are some 200,000 square miles that are entirely reliant on mountain streams, snowpack, for their water. A coalition of media outlets called the Great Salt Lake Collaborative is shining a light on Utah's most underappreciated and most threatened natural wonder, the Great Salt Lake. But the Great Salt Lake is not the only salt lake.
No.
In the Great Basin. There are others, and so they're going around studying the conditions of those lakes to see if it will provide any kind of insight into what's going on here or how to deal with it.
Well, clearly we're not praying hard enough.
I think that seems to be the case, yes.
Yeah.
Let's see, how much time do we have here?
One more story.
I'll do this one for Gina. Short story here.
Thanks.
Well, maybe not.
Oh.
No, I think you'll like this. Pop-Tarts. You're listening, aren't you?
I'm listening.
Mm-hmm. Is celebrating the 2022 holiday season with the introduction of new frosted gingerbread toasted pastries.
That's a holiday flavor.
Yeah, so it's not your traditional Pop-Tart pastry, it's gingerbread?
Gingerbread. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Is it? Frosted gingerbread Pop-Tarts feature a gingerbread-filled toaster pastry topped with snowy white icing and decorated with 9 festive holiday designs. So I guess are they doing a little design on the Pop-Tart itself?
Lovely.
Or on the box? We can find new limited edition frosted gingerbread Pop-Tarts on shelves now at retailers nationwide through the 2022 holiday season.
All right, something to look forward to.
Yay!
Weather, traffic.
Something to look forward to is cooler temperatures. We'll have to keep looking because we're just in the mid to upper 70s for the foreseeable future.
Oh, it's beautiful weather.
I mean, it's sunny and nice, and you can do stuff outside. We'll look for a positive here because it doesn't feel like fall, not even a little bit. When I was your age, I wore a parka to go trick-or-treating.
And this was
right?
all farmland.
And this was all farmland, and we trick-or-treated uphill both ways. I'm looking at the 10-day forecast. There is no change in sight. Traffic, we've got a crash northbound I-15 at the ramp to go eastbound I-80 in South Salt Lake. The ramp is closed. You're going to need to use an alternate route there. Crash southbound I-15 milepost 284. This is in Utah County, off to the left shoulder. And a friend of the program says I-15 north to I-80 east closed by police. Lots of emergency vehicles. Looks like the ramp, those on the ramp are stuck, friend of the program says. So thank you for sending that in via text at 33986. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Look, them's the rules. The Glenwood Cougars football team. Controversy is brewing there. It's a Pee Wee Football League team, and one child's participation is causing a lot of problems. He's the same age as his teammates.
Okay.
He's 13.
Okay.
His name is Tremaine Gandy Jr.
Okay.
13 years old.
All right.
But his high academic abilities have cost his team a shot at the playoffs.
What?
And the boys' coaches say it's just not right. The Glenwood Cougars football team fields numerous teams, or their football program fields numerous teams with players up to 14 years old. Mr. Gandy Jr., Tremaine Gandy Jr., is 13, but he's academically advanced, and they just enrolled him in high school as a sophomore. And that's great for his academic progress, but a problem for the football team. The league has suspended the entire team because they have a high school player on the roster. He's a young man that is 13 years old, doing a 10th grade education, and he's being penalized for that, said team president Gary Richardson. Not just him, but the whole program is being penalized.
This is stupid.
The league rule clearly states no player shall be registered if he or she is entering high school. The league issued a statement saying
because of age and size of kids.
Yeah.
It doesn't have anything to do with their intellect.
It's regrettable to enforce a disciplinary action that affects the wider organization. However, each of the 13 franchises in the league have agreed to honor these bylaws. You know, dem's the rules, okay? And it's stupid.
It is.
Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Hey, thanks for the beer. Somebody threw a beer at this comedian's head as she was performing at a comedy club in New Jersey. By the way, Uncle Vinny's Comedy Club, that you should take a hint as to what kind of crowds they get there, because the Uncle, U-N-C-L-E, the L is a rifle. Boner candidate number 2, if not a wedding, how about a funeral instead? Utah family seeking a wedding venue refund after the groom died before getting married, and the venue will not give them their money back. And boner candidate number 3, look, them's the rules.
There you go. You've got to decide. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, October 10, 2022? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth. She will take your live voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner of the Day, October 10, 2022, and vote there. If you don't see that box right away, refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. Easy. You've only got 3.5 minutes, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
Carrie Bill.
Lair. Spell it with me now. L-A-I-R. Lair. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two good Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. LeGrand is planning a wedding for one of his many daughters. LeVar has come over to LeGrand's house to borrow a cup of sugar when this conversation ensues.
LeGrand? LeGrand, where are you? Can I come in? Yep. Back here in the kitchen, LeVar. Come on back.
What in heaven's name are you doing, LeGrand?
Well, as you know, LeVar, my little girl, Tabiona, is getting married this weekend.
Right.
Well, I'm putting on a wedding, and it ain't easy or inexpensive for that matter. I'm saving myself some money by making the wedding cake myself.
You can make the cake cheaper than the ones you can get at Horman's? You know, the ones that come with the plastic balloons or rainbows on them?
Oh, yeah. And I can make a bigger wedding cake, too, for half the price. I found a recipe here in my old copy of the Ensign. How to make a big wedding cake for cheap. Look here at the picture. It's a 7-layer cake.
Boy, howdy, that is a beaut. How many layers is it?
7.
7?
1 more than 6, 1 less than 8. 7 layers.
Looks yummy. Hey, what's in each layer?
Sugar and Lord.
Good Lord, LeGrand. That ain't 7 layers, that's only 2.
Listen up, LeVar. I mix some Lord with some sugar to make the Lord sweet. I put that between each one of the cake layers to sort of glue them together, and then I cover the whole thing, all 7 layers, with another huge glop of Lord mixed with sugar, except that's dyed pink. Hence, a 7-layer cake.
Oh. Well, what's the decoration you put on that then? Like candy hearts or them little silver BBs or anything like that?
No, but we got an old Barbie and Ken doll dressed up in wedding clothes. One of the little kids is making a cute gazebo-type thing out of Play-Doh. We're putting that on the top layer. It's going to look like a real wedding cake.
Oh. Hey, who's your little girl marrying, anywho? What's his line of work?
Well, he's a nice young man from Magna named Laron. He's a bricklayer.
.49, let's award Boner of the Day.
And the Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by a South American chicken soup.
And Baseco, the first name in foundation stabilization in Utah, is that just a crack in the wall, or is it a sign of a major issue Are your windows or doors sticking? Does any area of the floor slope? Level up with Baseco, Utah's highest quality foundation stabilization and repair. Schedule a free assessment today at baseco.net. That's BASECO.net.
This is interesting. These are three candidates that all three of them performed very well. And they even voting. I mean, if you put all the votes together, there was a lot of votes. But they divided them up very evenly among the three of them. But the ultimate winner was, you want to predict?
I can't.
Any idea, Gina?
I'll pick mine because I like mine.
If not a wedding, then a funeral.
That one, I imagine, did pretty well.
It came in second.
Oh,
okay.
Came in second. Number one came in third.
Oh.
The winner, look, Dems the rules. The Pee Wee Football League being butts.
He's a good candidate. All right, there's your boner of the day for today, October 10, 2022. Now qualified to be boner of the week.
We have an event coming up, and as sort of a prelude to that, I have some email.
Is it of interest?
I think so.
Email of interest.
Plural. Emails of interest. First of all, this one, short one. Hi, whoever's reading this. I worked as an intern for the Radio from Hell show in the fall of 2019.
Okay.
So that's not that long ago, right?
Okay.
I heard something about you guys wanting former interns to reach out ahead of the celebration of the 8,000th episode. Please let me know if you need any information or if I need to do anything to be involved. Thanks. I don't remember this person. Autumn? Autumn? Autumn's name?
I wonder what Autumn's nickname was.
She didn't sign off with her nickname, did she?
No, just says Autumn. Maybe there wasn't one. But if you have been an intern on the show, and Katie, I know you probably have this email. It went to Radio from Hell at x96.com. Please reach out to Autumn and just, see if you can mine her for any memories of any kind.
Any interns.
Yeah.
Would be
Yeah, we'd love to hear from you. And if you've got some good enough stories, maybe we'll invite you. You can come along and tell a couple of them. And then this email also having to do with the 8,000th episode. It says, Carrie, Bill, and Gina, hello from a longtime listener. I wanted to start by saying you three have been a very important part of my life for over 20 years now.
Wow.
I started listening sometime in high school, and after moving out of state in 2003, I've had to rely on streaming and on podcasts. I haven't had much contact with you all over the years, but you've read most of my emails on the air that I've sent. I think the last one was about 5 years ago when I was on my way to Wyoming to watch the solar eclipse. I'm the listener who dropped off the pecan pie cheesecake.
Oh.
Well, my parents have ended up spending most of their summer this year in Tremont, Utah. Doesn't say why here. Now, this is fascinating. They happened to find your show on the radio.
Your parents.
Yeah, his parents. Says, after all this time, they finally understand why I have to listen to you. They even surprised me to fly. They even surprised me to fly me up to Utah for your 30th anniversary celebration at Squatters,
Wow.
which was a wonderful time. I'm just sorry I didn't get to say hi to Tyler Glenn, our special guest. I tell myself, I think he's my soulmate.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, I'm back in town. I can't wait for the 8,000th episode show. This definitely hasn't been the vacation I thought it might be this year, and I just found out my dog has a cancerous tumor. But being able to listen to your show has gotten me through a lot of tough times. And I know how much you all love dogs, so I tell her, the dog, that that's part of the reason I listen.
That's
I
so
don't want to
sweet.
sound like I'm begging, but is there any way I can get a mug next Thursday when I attend the 8,000 celebration? Love you all, Lars. Well, Lars, that is begging. But we'll see we'll see what we can do.
I bet we can get Lars a mug.
Isn't that fascinating, though? His parents
just found us.
Sort of knew of the show,
Yeah.
but had never listened. Stumbled across it.
It's usually the other way. It's
Yeah.
usually the parents introducing the kids to the show.
Anyway, Lars, we will make sure you make yourself known this Thursday. That's the 8,000th episode celebration. It's going to be at the Broadway Theater.
Yeah, you can get tickets. Just go to x96.com. We're going to be recording a Not Safe for Radio podcast. That's going to start at 5:30, although I saw somewhere
Back and
around
forth,
5:30. Followed by an exclusive screening of Ruben and Ed at 7. Tickets are $30 in advance. Space is limited. It's powered by Salt Lake Film Society and Water Pocket Distillery.
And Trent Harris is there, going to be there on the Not Safe for Radio podcast. And and if you have never seen Ruben and Ed, it really is tremendous fun. And it's interesting. I was looking at a trailer for it the other day. How much you'll just scenes of Salt Lake.
Oh, it's
just all you'll just go, oh, hey,
it's a local production,
and you'll see people that you may know in it. People in smaller parts, the people that you may know. So
coming up, when we do Frank Christ Presents, They're Fine, They're Just Fine.
Just after 9 o'clock.
We'll be giving away VIP tickets
Whoa.
to our 8,000th episode event.
Well.
And
You
it's
got to
just,
be 21 or older.
You got to be 21 or older. for
it's
that.
just the same ticket. We just give you a badge that says VIP. No,
There's a little more to it than
yes,
Yeah.
a little more to it that we can't talk about on the radio.
No. So that'll be Thursday night. Oh.
I might wear a dress.
What?
Huh? Why would
I
you do
might
that?
wear a dress.
What? I'm
Why?
not going to get dressed up. I'm
Why
just
would
going to
you
wear
do
what
that?
I ordinarily
Oh.
wear.
Yeah,
I
me
don't know.
too.
Should I not wear a dress?
Well, it's up to
Wear
you.
what you want.
I think it would greatly please the audience to see you in a dress.
Oh yeah, we need to get a look at them gams.
No.
Let me tell
can't
you
see
this.
my game.
Let me tell you, this woman's got stems you wouldn't
No,
believe.
you can't see my.
She's
there's
she's
no
floor
games.
length. Gotta be.
I mean, this is a tomato here.
I've not seen the dress, but I'm betting.
This
I
tomato,
know Gina.
is it floor length?
Of course.
Probably.
Covers up the gams.
Probably.
Well, it's entirely up to you.
Okay.
I'm not going to get dressed in a special way.
It's not going to be the kind of thing that makes me go hubba hubba.
I feel like I didn't bring my A game to the squatters.
Oh, you look
event.
fabulous.
Oh,
I don't even remember you being there, so I'll have
See
to
what
take,
I mean? It was
I'll have
not
to take
memorable.
Carrie's word for it.
I thought you looked great. All right. Gina in a dress. The end of the world, says Brett.
Man, you get a load of them gams.
All right.
Try a tomato.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash northbound I-15, the ramp to go eastbound I-80. I've heard from a few friends of the program who are dealing with that this morning. You're going to have to use an alternate route. That ramp is closed. Utah County crash southbound I-15 milepost 284. And what are you seeing out there? You can text us 33986 and I'll pass it along. Gracie's open daily for lunch, dinner, brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, live music on their award-winning patio. Gracie's at the corner of 3rd Southwest Temple, adults only.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back. Bill Frost here to tell us what's on TV this week. Stand by for all of that. Okay.
Real alternative.
Let's join Carrie and Bill at the Acme Broadcasting Company party at Rockport Reservoir. Boy, what a nice day for a company party, huh?
Oh, God, yes. I mean, it's just beautiful up here. And you know, we deserve this, don't we?
I think that everybody on the staff deserves a nice party like this. I mean, we've all worked so hard to get this station to show in the ratings.
Yeah. Showing up in the top 35 stations ain't that easy either.
Nope.
Hey, look at everybody down there on the beach by the picnic table. You know, we ought to hike down there.
No, we can get a much better shot at all of them with our paintball guns from up here.
Huh.
Now look at Mario there. I'll bet you I can knock that beer right out of his hand.
Good shot. hey, they can't see us up here, can they?
Well, apparently not. Hey, listen, see if you can splatter the side of Bessie with a volley of that green paint you got.
Righto. Just about spelled my name. Hey, they're all starting to scatter and take cover now. What a great party. Hey, see if you can hit Sonny before she makes it to that tree.
Okay. Oh, damn, I missed her. You know, she's so thin, there's not much of a target there. Hey, what's Ed Acme doing?
Well, it looks like he's pushed over the picnic table and he's using it as a barrier. Get out your binoculars.
Got him. Oh, my God. That's a 30-30 he's pulling out of his knapsack. Oh! And it looks like he's got a bead on us, too. That was too close.
Godfrey! Jeez, everybody else seems to be packing heat, too. Look at that. Mario's gunning back at us with some kind of flare gun.
Whoa!
Gee!
All right, Sonny thinks she's going to hit us clear up here with that little pistol of hers.
Oh!
Oh, but Acme's really got us pinned down with that thing.
Well, then I guess it's a good thing I brought this to the company party, isn't it?
Oh, an Uzi.
Yeah.
Bill, you the man. Oh, God, what a great party.
Morning.
Thank you.
she got her abs in. All right. Brought to you by
Moving and need a new connection? CableTV.com has expert reviews, recommendations, and resources for the best in cable, satellite streaming, and internet service. Visit CableTV.com today.
And that's because Bill Frost is here.
Yes.
Bill Frost, the TV guy. That's what we call him, TV guy.
Yeah.
Does a TV 10. That's a podcast about TV.
Yeah.
You talk about TV on that, don't you?
Yes, we do, yeah.
Okay.
Our new episode dropped today. It is called Thoughts and Prayers and Zoinks and Jinkies.
All right. And then he does a column in Slug Magazine, Content Shifter.
Yes.
Okay. And then you do a band. You're in a band.
I do some band stuff, yeah.
Is that on your website?
Oh, yeah, actually.
What is your website?
BillFrost.tv.
Okay.
All the stuff is there.
What's going on?
Today, right now, is dropped right now, a new Hulu horror comedy. Actually, not a comedy, but it kind of looks like it. It's called Grim Cuddy. It's about a internet scary meme that's come to life.
Okay.
It's killing people.
Grim Cuddy.
Grim Cuddy, yeah.
All right.
Go to x96.com. You see the trailer. The monster itself is pretty intense, but it's an internet thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Also, you might remember this show from almost 2.5 years ago. It's back for its second season. Avenue 5.
Oh, really?
Hugh Laurie,
Yes.
Josh Gad.
Oh, the spaceship.
Yeah, it's the cruise liner in space.
Oh, I thought that was gone for good.
Nope.
Just felt that way.
Some stuff happened in 2020, so they couldn't get around to filming it. But they're still lost in space, and
with a circling orbit of poo around the around the ship.
Yeah. So it was supposed to be like a 8-week cruise. It's like, no, we might not get back to Earth for years. We don't know.
Okay.
And also the
monster is good.
And also on the CW, All-American and All-American Homecoming. They're sports wall things, so I don't know. Tomorrow, more CW action. New series, The Winchesters.
The Winchesters.
It's the origin story of the mom and dad of Sam and Dean from Supernatural.
Did anyone ask for this?
I don't know. Supernatural ran for 15 seasons,
It's
so
a very
somebody must.
popular show.
I think my child will be interested in this.
Somebody must be into
I
it.
never watched it myself, but somebody likes it. Yeah.
And also a new series.
It's on in our house a lot.
Also following that, The Professionals on the CW. Because what you want from the CW is an international military-industrial complex spy thriller.
Uh-huh.
Are there teens in it?
Good looking.
There should be teens in it.
Good looking teens.
Here's who stars in it: Brendan Fraser.
Oh.
And Tom Welling.
Really?
Yeah, Brendan Fraser is a tech billionaire who he gets caught up in some international affairs, and Tom Welling is the guy who's going to get him out of it.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. And if you remember Barney and
Barney
Friends.
the dinosaur, yeah.
Yeah, Wednesday.
I love you.
Yep.
You love me.
This is a documentary two-parter called I Love You, You Hate Me on Peacock.
Yeah.
It's about the backlash against Barney.
Mm-hmm. I was part of that.
Yeah. I'm sure this show was big part of that.
I mean, there were death threats.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you know, it got crazy.
Well, we didn't go that far.
But yeah, it's.
I'm glad you don't draw the line at death threats.
That's
Bill.
right where I draw it.
It's the story of the backlash against Barney. There was nothing nefarious going on behind the scenes of
No.
Barney.
It was a kid show.
And season 2, John Stamos' Big Shot on Disney Plus.
Right.
He was a big time basketball coach, and now he's coaching in an elite school. Wackiness ensues.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. On Thursday, a pair of new series on Netflix. One is The Watcher, starring Naomi Watts and Bobby Cannavale.
Oh, this. Oh.
Uh-huh.
I
Yeah.
know what this is.
Yeah.
This is the Watcher
TV show.
house. No, this is based on actual events.
Oh, okay.
This is this weird house in
New Jersey?
New Jersey.
Well, is it the same one that's Amityville?
No.
'Cause that's
No. This is one where this family moves in, and right after they move in, there's a letter in the mailbox saying, "Welcome to the neighborhood. By the way, I'm the Watcher. It's my job to watch the house, and you're all going to die."
Oh.
But like,
And these letters kept coming.
yeah, kept coming, and
Did they all die?
well, and like weird details about like things that happen inside the house and about the family, and I'm watching your kids, and have you...
And they never caught the guy in real life.
Wow. Did anybody die?
No.
No, but...
So, okay.
The stakes aren't high enough for Bill.
It'd be a real good story if people died.
And also premiering on Netflix on Thursday, The Playlist. It's a dramatized story of the rise of Spotify and Daniel Ek.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a Swedish production.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Yeah. So I think the producers get paid 0.005 per stream, and it's an inside joke there.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. On Friday, Halloween Ends.
Yes.
The
already?
The trilogy, the Halloween, the David Gordon Green directed trilogy is over. Jamie Lee Curtis might finally put an end to this thing.
Says she will no longer play Laurie Strode.
That doesn't mean they're done making these.
Doesn't mean they're done making Michael Myers movies.
Yeah.
It means that she is done playing Laurie.
Now you're talking about it, which does that mean it's streaming this
It's on
week?
Peacock. It's also in theaters on Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Sean Means will probably also talk about it later this week. Another movie. This is on Hulu. Rosalind. It's a twist on. It's on Hulu. It's a twist on Romeo and Juliet.
Oh yeah, because he was hot for Rosalind.
Yeah, before Juliet.
He came to the party to see Rosalind. That's why he was there.
Yeah.
But then Juliet walked in and he went, "Oh, forget Rosalind."
Is that in the
So
Bible?
Rosalind's like,
This is all from the Bible.
That's in the Bible, right? Yeah, okay.
So they're taking this one little bit of Romeo and Juliet and turning it into
a romantic comedy.
She's
Yes.
like, what? I thought Romeo.
Whatever
was here
happened to
see me."
Rosalind?
Okay.
This is all historically accurate.
Yeah.
If Werewolf by Night can get a TV series, then
Sure,
certainly
yeah.
Rosalind can.
Yeah. Also, Tegan and Sarah. Remember them?
Yes.
Yes.
Did this station ever play Tegan and Sarah?
A little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Not a lot, but we did.
Yeah. So they're twins. They're a pop group and from Canada. And they wrote a book called High School, detailing their growing up and going to high school in the 90s in Canada, Calgary. And now it's been turned into a series called High School. I think they could have come up with a better title, but that's what it is. And they found these twins on TikTok to play them. So they found actual twins to play them.
twins.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you're on TikTok, you know who it is. And this is written and directed by Clea Duvall.
Oh, I know her.
Yeah. You might remember her from Carnival,
Yeah.
various other things.
Yep.
And on Saturday, another movie. This is all the rage and probably conservative media this week.
Yep.
Trick or Treat, Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo. Velma's a lesbian.
Yeah.
Now it's official.
We always suspected, but
Yeah.
you know.
Her and Peppermint
I
Patty.
like to think that she's bi, frankly.
Okay, yeah. This is a movie on HBO Max. It's basically it's a supervillain, Coco Diablo, which when we were recording last night, we thought that really could be a pro wrestler.
It could be.
Yeah. She's a very attractive supervillain. She's the one who makes all of the disguises for the villains.
For the villains,
Yeah.
who, when they rip them off,
Yeah.
and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
She makes all those disguises.
She's the one. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they enlist her help. It's
quite an industry.
Yeah.
They enlist her help to track all these down. And all
right.
And Velma's crushing hard.
Good.
Yeah.
Good for her.
And this is not CGI. It's not live action. It's very traditional Scooby-Doo
Scooby-Doo animation.
animation. Yeah.
How does cartoon lesbianism come across?
Not really. Seeing some clips. It works.
It works.
It'll work. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
And there's a movie out there. You can on demand it. I didn't know about it until Saturday night. It's called Bring It On, Cheer or Die. It's Bring It On meets a slasher movie.
Oh, well, that could be fun.
Yeah, it is fun. It's not terrible.
Okay.
If the mean girls get killed, then sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm all for it.
And you were talking about Werewolf by Night.
Yes.
A comic I read as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Also just kind of came out of nowhere.
And there it is, and it works on,
Yeah.
on
It
Disney
was
Plus.
it was very nicely done.
Yes.
Yeah.
And look for him at Avengers Campus at Disneyland now.
Cool. All right.
Not down with the people. He's up on a building, pacing and menacing. He doesn't get near the people.
Oh,
Because,
okay.
well, that would just be
Probably-
dangerous.
Well, it'd be just as well, yeah.
I'm watching on Peacock the Friend of the Family show.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
What is that?
You'd like this, Gina. It's based on this the true events.
Okay.
It was up in Idaho, I think
I
it
think
was.
so, yeah.
Oh, where they put a notes in the mailbox?
It's the story of the
oh, I know this.
the family friends who kidnapped a 12-year-old.
Oh, yeah. There was a documentary about
Yeah, well, this is a dramatization. Colin Hanks.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay,
And I don't know if that's a prosthetic or if he shaved his head for it. I don't know, but
I watched the documentary, so I'll watch this.
yeah, watch this. It's interesting. Some good performances in it. Although Anna Paquin, what we've discovered is that you know that she's being dramatic because she'll swallow really hard. That's how she'll look into the camera and swallow really hard.
She
and
acts by swallowing.
That's how you know that bad things are happening.
Well, that's her method.
If it were a cartoon, there would be a little balloon that said gulp. And is she still married to Vampire Bill in this?
The different guy.
Oh.
She's married to Colin Hanks in this.
Oh.
The Netflix documentary was called "Abducted in Plain Sight."
Yeah,
That's
I
the
saw
one.
that one.
So this is a dramatization of it. Anyway, thank you, Bill Frost.
Thanks.
All right.
Now you can go to billfrost.tv. There's
Yeah.
all kinds of stuff there.
Yeah.
And all of the movies and shows that Bill talked about are available at x96.com.
Yep.
I mean the trailers, not the whole show.
Signal problems, all directions, 2100 north, 36 west. This is in Lehigh. Big slowdowns due to that ramp closure. This is northbound I-15 ramp to go eastbound I-80. Stuff's backing up all the way to Sandy, it looks like. So lots of issues for folks there. Let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent anything in via text. If you do see something, you can always let us know. Just make sure it's safe for you to text 33986. Brought to you by Water Pocket Distillery's new barrel strength light whiskey. Water Pocket has opened a satellite distillery called Robbers Roost Distillery. This is at the Etta Place Cidery in Torrey. That's right near Capitol Reef National Park. You can learn more on Instagram, Facebook, and at Robbers Roost Spirits.
All right. Beat Gina coming up. Stand by for that. 877-602-9696. So you can call and line up now to play if you'd like. We have 3 lines open. And what is the prize?
We have Fear Factory tickets.
Fear Factory tickets if you win, if you beat Gina at easy pop culture trivia. 877-602-9696. Call now. We do have news coming up as well. Stand by.
Real alternative.
This trip I took out to Irvine over our 4th of July holiday.
Irvine, California.
Yes, to see my nieces. And I got to do stuff. I got to introduce them to things that blew their minds, that they had not been introduced yet. Like dipping French fries in a shake.
Oh.
They'd never done that before.
Okay.
Taught them to smoke.
And they were like, ooh, look at that. And then by the end of the meal, it was like, can I put my grilled cheese in there? I don't know. Go ahead and
A
try
whole
it.
science experiment
Ooh,
going on.
what we learned is that if you dip anything in melted ice cream, it's delicious.
Right.
So that was that lesson. And then we introduced them to the movie The Princess Bride.
How old are they?
The oldest one is 8.
That's good, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then the youngest one is like 5.
It's like the perfect
So,
age. for
Might
that
go
movie.
a little over the
5 was-
5-year-old.
Yeah, the 5-year-old, although she was fascinated by it. Although there was one point where she did run out of the room, and that's when Wesley's put in the machine that sucks his life out of him.
That's terrifying.
That
as
is
a kid.
terrifying. She
Yeah.
ran out of the room. The youngest one ran out of the room, and the oldest one was like, no.
You know, when I saw that movie in my 20s, I ran out of the room.
But they were kind of jaded about it before we started the movie.
What do you,
It was
why?
like, oh, what do you? We've never heard of this movie. We don't know, you know.
Right.
So we started up, and they're like, whatever. And then they started getting into it.
Mm-hmm.
Really started getting into it, and you could tell because there was the point in the movie where it's a dream sequence kind of a thing. It's like a fake out where you believe that Prince Humperdinck marries Buttercup.
Mm-hmm.
I present to you my new bride, Buttercup, and she comes out, and that's when the oldest girl stood up and went, no, she doesn't marry him. She marries Wesley. Now, you remember in the movie at that point, Fred Savage does the same thing to his grandpa who's reading him the book.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Right.
No, you're reading it wrong, Grandpa. At the exact same time, they both did that.
It's been a while since I've seen the movie. That's towards the end-ish,
Toward the beginning.
right?
Toward
Oh,
the
is
beginning,
it?
yeah.
Okay. So
And so yeah, it was fascinating to watch them because then we had to stop it halfway through to go to supper, had to go to dinner,
okay.
and they were very upset because they're like, well, then what happens? We're at dinner,
You have to wait.
Now what happens is, well, you have to wait, and then they began. Another thing I taught them is, if you watch the movie, your questions are usually answered. That was the other thing that they learned because I'm like, they were, well, now where is this? And, well, if you wait, the guy will tell you the answer to your question. He will tell you the answer to your question. And sure enough, so by the end of the movie, after we got back from dinner, toward the end of the movie, they were quiet. They were just laser focused on the screen, and they loved this movie.
Yeah, I was just looking at the cast here, and it's interesting. Robin Wright, the princess, she's just so beautiful in a very pure, simple way.
It's
and what
perfect
happened?
casting.
What happened to her?
Did you see her in Wonder Woman?
No.
She was in Wonder Woman.
No,
She was one of the Amazonian warriors.
All I've been seeing.
And she still looks great.
All I have her in my mind is from Game of House of Cards.
House of Cards.
House of Cards, and she's just a ice cold bitch in that.
Well, I'm glad you're teaching them about the questions thing early, because I know people who are well into their adulthood who still, to this day, will point at a movie and be like, "What? Why is this happening? Is he the bad guy?" And we're 5 minutes in. Do you want to know every single answer to this thing already? It's such a pet peeve of mine.
Princess Bride, of course, is really, it's the whole movie is powered by Mandy Patinkin, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, absolutely.
My
But
name is Inigo Montoya.
The biggest laugh though that they got was this one.
Knowledge.
That was that got them.
Yeah.
They just laughed out loud when
Christopher Guest.
No, it's Peter Cook, and he's in this big.
Oh yeah,
he looks like the Pope. He's got all the ceremonial and the hats and everything, and he's very commanding looking.
His character is called. I'm just looking at the cast list here. Peter Cook adds the impressive clergyman.
Exactly, and it's there's the organ and da da da, and he turns around slowly and has a very. Not a stern look, but a very serious look. And then the first thing he says is,
knowledge.
And it just killed him. Just killed him. They died.
Oh, I forgot Billy Crystal, too. Yeah.
Oh, they love that part, too.
Yeah, it's great. The whole movie is just, Mandy Patinkin's coming to town, by the way.
Oh, that's right.
I've got to get tickets. I saw him live on stage at the Capitol Theater some years ago. He sings show tunes and does really nice, funny patter and talks about the Princess Bride a little bit. He's just wildly entertaining. Man, he's good.
Well, I remember we were telling him about the movie. He said, "This movie, I think you'll like it. It's got giants, it's got pirates, it's got sword fights, it's got rodents of unusual size, it's got all of these things." He said, "Well, we've seen that cartoon." It's not a cartoon. You have not seen this. This is, and I think that's what blew them away is that it was live action. It wasn't a cartoon.
Yeah,
probably added to it, but the movie still holds up.
Yep.
Carrie Elwest's book, As You Wish, about being the impossible movie to make, is apparently a good book, and cute stories about Andre the Giant.
Oh yeah. Hey, see now I got the cast list here, and he's not in it.
Andre the Giant?
Yeah. I don't know why.
He's
in The Princess Bride?
Yeah, he's not on the cast list. I know he's in the movie.
I was going to say he should be. He's a major role.
Oh, there he is. It's his. They've got his full name, and so I didn't. Andre Rene
Oh,
Bruce
that's
Simo.
his,
Simo.
not his professional name, Andre the Giant.
And if you're looking at the same Google search cast list as I am, everybody has like a nice profile view of their face, except for Andre the Giant. It's a photo of him standing next to somebody much, much smaller.
Frame of reference. All right.
We would say we're sorry if we were actually sorry that we're about to play Beat Gina, but sorry we're not. In this life, you get what you deserve, and that's Beat Gina.
Ow.
I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola, for Post Sugar Crisp cereal. Sugar Crisp, it's the cereal you'll eat round the clock. As a cereal, it's dandy. For snacks, it's so handy. Or eat Sugar Crisp like candy. You can't get enough of that Sugar Crisp. It'll keep you going strong. And now, here he is, your handy-dandy, he's just like candy host, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. All right. Let's get the randomizer to pick a contestant. And it looks like Brian is the contestant. Hello, Brian.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, Brian, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails, Brian?
Let's go ahead.
All right, coin toss app says heads, as you can see, Gina Barberi.
Brian, you're one step closer to winning these Fear Factory tickets.
Now, if you beat Gina, you will get those Fear Factory tickets. But if she beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
We're going to make a donation to a local animal shelter, and maybe even if time permits, go down and volunteer, help play with the cute
Even better.
dogs and cats.
All
Even
right.
better.
Okay, this first question is for you to answer exclusively, Brian. It's multiple choice. If you get it correctly, you get the point. If not, I'm going to allow Gina to answer it. And if she gets it correctly, she'll get the point, and we'll go back and forth until one of you gets 3 points. All right? First question. It's potpourri today because nobody wants to sit and write jokes on a Friday.
Why would you?
Why would you?
I know I don't.
So, Billy Bob Thornton trivia.
It's not
No,
a joke.
not yet.
It's not a joke. I'm sorry.
Billy Bob Thornton trivia. What was Billy Bob Thornton's first film as a writer? Was it 1, Bad Santa? Was it 2, Blackenstein? Was it 3, One False Move? Or was it 4, Quaxer Fortune Has a Cousin in the Bronx?
I'm going to go with A, Bad Santa.
Bad Santa? That would be incorrect.
No.
I'm terribly sorry.
Gina.
Gina.
I believe it is, what's 3 again?
One False Move?
Yes.
That is correct.
Yes.
All right.
That's a point for Gina, and unfortunately, Brian, Gina controls the question.
Unfortunate for whom?
For Brian.
Oh.
Gina?
Yes.
Martin Sheen trivia.
All right.
Martin Sheen has memorized and can sing every single song by what artist?
Really?
True.
Okay.
Is it 1, Elton Joel? 2, Frank Sinatra? 3, The Beatles? Or 4, Post Malone?
Oh. Just because I want it to be Frank Sinatra, I'm going to say Frank Sinatra.
Correct, yes.
And it's 2-0. I'm so sorry, Brian, but maybe you can claw your way back into this thing.
Brian?
I'll get it right.
All right. I was going to do Jerry Bruckheimer trivia, but we'll save that.
Give him an easy one.
We'll give you this one. Gwyneth Paltrow trivia. You ready, Brian? In 1996, she was confirmed as the next what? Is it 1, Bond villain? 2, James Bond? 3, celebrity to join Scientology? Or 4, Calvin Klein model?
Let's go with Calvin Klein model.
That is correct.
Well, there's a point for you, Brian. Gina controls this question. Perhaps she'll win.
Gina?
Yes.
Jerry Bruckheimer trivia.
Oh, fine. You pivot back to that.
Jerry Bruckheimer, the producer. What show has he helped produce that has been running for over 21 years? Is it 1, The Amazing Race? 2, Grey's Anatomy? 3, Bonanza SVU? Or 4, CSI Mona?
Oh, we need that. Is it an Amazing Race?
It is amazing.
And Gina wins the game.
Wow.
So sorry, Brian. 3-1. You gave it a valiant try, though.
You did.
You won the toss and blew it.
Oh, well.
I did it. I did it for the puppies and kitties. 1-1 for the
I was
puppies.
just going to say, I think it was win-win. Gina wins, and so do the folks down at the animal show.
And I'm guessing that, Brian, you'll also win.
Oh, Brian, you're a winner, too. We'll go ahead and give you those Fear Factory tickets.
All right. Hang on the line.
All right.
We'll
Listen,
tell you how to get those.
I've got to go. I've got a bowl of Post Sugar Crisp waiting for me. You bet your booties, Granny.
Sounds like you got a lot of bowls of Post Sugar Crisp.
It's handy and dandy.
All right, Big Boy News and Opinioendo now brought to you by...
You First is no stranger to rewarding members. Rates are low and there's no annual fees. Transfer your balance to You First today. Get 3% cash back up to $1,000 with no transfer fee, no annual fee. Call 801-481-8800 or go to You First branch to get started.
Kanye West, or Ye, had his Twitter account locked over the weekend for making an anti-Semitic tweet on Saturday. In the since-removed tweet, Kanye, Ye, said he was, quote, going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. And also that, quote, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who ever opposes your agenda, without specifying what group he was addressing, according to an internet archive of records pulled by CNN. A spokesperson from Twitter confirmed to CNN that the account had been locked for violating Twitter's policies. The tweet has been replaced on the account by a message from the company saying this tweet violated the Twitter rules.
Yep.
The spokesperson didn't say which policy was violated, but I think you could probably figure it out. And Twitter would not say for how long the account would be locked or when the user would be able to tweet again. In a tweet themselves, the Anti-Defamation League said power, disloyalty, greed, genocide, blood, denial, anti-Zionism, all of these things are anti-Semitic tropes that we break down in our hashtag anti-Semitism uncovered guide at an antisemitism.adl.org. Many of these myths have influenced Kanye's West comments recently, and it's dangerous, they went on to say. And Kanye has not said anything about it publicly since then. Margot Robbie says she thinks Lady Gaga will do an incredible job playing Harley Quinn in the Joker sequel.
Sure.
Now, why is she not going to play it?
Well,
it's a different universe.
And it's a musical.
And it's a musical.
Oh, well, okay.
This is the sequel to the Joker movie that
Joaquin
Phoenix did.
All right.
But this one's going to be a musical.
So you need a singing Harley Quinn.
Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn is not Haley Cuoco's Harley Quinn, is not Lady Gaga's Harley Quinn, is not Kevin Smith's daughter Harley Quinn. They are legally distinct Harley Quinns.
Mm-hmm.
But they are all looking out for each other, apparently. There's not a feud, feud.
That's good.
Between
Margot Robbie was great as Harley
Oh, yeah.
and Cuoco after HBO Max's Harley Quinn premiered. The Birds of Prey star has given her support to Lady Gaga's Harley and the Joker. They're all, it's the Harley Quinn club.
It's girl power.
Yeah, there you go. 2 animal activists have been accused. Now, these are not animals who are activists. They're people who are animal activists.
Oh, I want actual animal activists.
I watched that show.
Accused of breaking into a factory farm in 2018 near Milford, Utah, and stealing 2 piglets, have been found not guilty in a unanimous jury decision. Judge Jeffrey Wilcox announced the unanimous decision to acquit Paul Darwin Picklesheimer and Wayne Husing on charges of felony, burglary, and theft. Picklesheimer and Husing are part of an animal welfare organization called Direct Action Everywhere. Picklesheimer told Fox 13 in 2018 that he and his friend had taken the piglets, and posted videos of the factory to show what's happening there in the hopes that it would resonate with people. The piglets were taken from the largest pig farm in the nation, owned by Smithfield Foods, a subsidiary of China's WH Group. Each defendant faced up to 5 years in prison if convicted. Husing, a former Northwestern Law University visiting professor, represented himself at the trial, asking in his closing remarks to the jury to, quote, acquit us as a matter of conscience, adding there's a big difference between stealing and rescue. The pig rescue occurred during a Direct Action Everywhere investigation into the use of gestation grates. I'll let you use your imagination as to what that is by Smithfield. Wasn't there a story? I meant to look this up that they've closed down that pig farm in that hog farm in Milford, and it was a big blow to the county because of the jobs that are being lost. Well, Hurricane Ian, what did I see yesterday? 157, the count was on Saturday or Sunday, of people who died in the hurricane, most of them elderly people. When Amanda Trompetta was awakened by her dog barking early last Thursday morning, she assumed he was just frightened by Hurricane Ian, but then she got out of bed and found herself standing ankle deep in flood water. By the time the storm passed, 3.5 feet of murky, dark water had swept through her home, and she, of course, not alone. Many homes facing similar problems, and most people don't have flood insurance.
No,
it's too expensive for them, and so they don't.
They have no recourse.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe get some help from the federal government.
Yeah, they will get some help, but it's going to be difficult for sure. This is 2 climate activists with Extinction Rebellion, that's the name of the group, were arrested Sunday after gluing themselves to a Picasso painting.
Stop doing this.
At the National Gallery of Victoria in Melbourne. The activists glued themselves to the glass covering of Picasso's Massacre in Korea, so they didn't damage the painting itself. It was a glass cover over it.
I mean, I appreciate the sentiment, but
standing alongside a banner that read "Climate chaos equals war and famine," highlighting the connection between climate breakdown and human suffering. Well, they certainly made their point, didn't they?
Yeah.
And they didn't damage the painting, so
okay,
that's...
I guess
that's,
as long as it's not actually damaged.
And finally this. A man is trying to convince his sister to change her weird baby name. He shared the situation on Reddit, Am I the A-hole forum.
Mm-hmm.
His sister Penny named her first child Neon.
Neon?
Neon.
Okay.
And plans to name her second child Green.
Your kids' names aren't jokes for you.
Her husband is
That's
on board
not-
with it, but the Reddit people are not. I immediately told her that it is not cute or unique. It's just weird, said one Reddit poster. I decided to make a small post on a Facebook forum about the baby names, and the comments were just riveting. There was some actual good advice, a lot of it, and it really is true. Try not to name your children things that are going to get them made fun of.
no.
Yeah.
It's you give them a weird name. It's mean to them. It's like Elon Musk. His kids are X and Y is what he calls them. X and Y. Although the way they're being raised, maybe they'll get along with that just fine. Who knows?
Well, apparently, the rest of Elon's kids don't care for him too much.
Yeah, they're disowning Dad.
Does he have a bunch?
Oh, he's got 10 kids.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, with different women. And, yeah.
All right, that's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, we have a scandal. Fat Bear Week scandal.
Oh, no.
So they had originally announced Holly won the last go-round.
Okay.
No, there has been a recount.
What happened?
747 is now today's winner. So fake votes have been discarded.
Election fraud?
Election
Were
fraud
there
at
hanging
Fat
chads?
Bear Week. It's the final day of voting for Fat
Today
Bear
is.
Week. Today
Oh,
is.
so we can't declare a winner yet.
No, but they're because it's single elimination. So they thought Holly was going on. No. 747 is the name of the bear. 747. You should go to explorer.org/Fat Bear Week and vote for your favorite fat bear.
Well.
And this is not body shaming. This is celebrating the beauty of these bears getting themselves ready
Well,
for hibernation.
Let's get Rudy Giuliani and the Kraken to investigate.
Yeah. There is voter fraud
Yeah.
in Fat Bear Week.
Anyone can find voter fraud. Even if it doesn't exist, they will.
It's true. Monday Night Football tonight, you have the Chiefs and the Raiders. They're mortal enemies.
Are they?
They hate. Even though the Raiders are not the Oakland and they're Vegas now, but they're mortal enemies. They hate each other. So that's tonight. Weather is not very fall-like, but we're going to choose to be positive and say all week long you're going to be able to be outside doing stuff. It's mid to upper 70s all week long. And we get down into the...
What if I don't want to do stuff?
Well, you don't have to, but go outside. Get some sunshine.
All right.
Vitamin D, Bill. It's good
All right.
for you.
All right.
Let's see. So without big issues this morning on I-15, I-80 ramp. Rollover crash has caused several miles of delay. That looked like maybe there's some sort of spill involved in this, which is why it's closed things for so long. We don't know what spilled, but something spilled. They had to call hazmat to clean it up. So avoid that area if you can. It looks like northbound I-15 is backing up all the way through Murray and almost to Sandy. So that's the biggest issue this morning. Another friend of the program says lights are out South Union Avenue and Union Park Avenue. Treat that as a four-way stop. Travel to a distant time and place and explore the magnificent architecture and legends of ancient Egyptian civilization. Mysteries of Egypt is now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for showtimes.
Gina was interested when she thought it was Misters of Egypt.
Yeah, I love my Misters of Egypt, but this is not as interesting.
All right, we will take a break. We'll be back with some geek news for you. And just after 9 o'clock, it's Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. Our Dead Celebrity game. You could win, what is it?
Oh, it's VIP tickets to our 8,000th episode party.
Ooh, cool. Stand by. all morning long.
Does it have a frowny face?
And it now has just decided that it hates me.
It's not going to work at all?
It doesn't seem to want to work at all. Let me try it again. Okay.
Follow
All right,
Gina
now it's
Barberi on Twitter at RFH Gina. This is Radio from Hell on X96.
There we go. Okay, maybe it'll decide to work now. It's doing that thing again. We'll have you reset it during the
Thanks,
song.
Katie.
Thanks, Katie. Geek News now, brought to you by.
Finance your vehicle purchase with America First Credit Union at Young Automotive Group's 123 sales event going on through today is their last day, it looks like. Get 1 year of gas from Maverick, 5 years of maintenance, 3 months with no payments. OACC dealer for details.
All right. All this talk about Velma.
Oh, Scooby-Doo?
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Because the right is having a fit because apparently she's a lesbian. I imagine they'll get mad at this too.
Oh no!
It's a cartoon.
Well, this is also a cartoon.
Yeah.
A lot of trailers debuted, and I'm going to get as many as I can for you here. Many trailers debuted this weekend because it was New York Comic Con, and they had a panel. The first teaser for the HBO Max adult animated series, Velma.
Okay.
Which will dig into the origin of the smartest member of the Scooby Gang. And it's Mindy Kaling is the voice,
All
and
right.
she's one of the writers, producers. And let me play a little bit for you here.
Dear HBO Max, I just learned you intend to make a genre-bending comedic origin story of Judy Jetson. When I heard this new version of Judy Jetson wouldn't be boy crazy, the only word I had to describe my disgust is jinkies. If there is one thing the internet agrees on, it's that you should never change anything ever. I hope you die. Sincerely, Velma. Well, at least Judy's still white. Unknown caller. Spooky. Hello? Velma Dinkley speaking.
Hello, Velma. Do you like solving mysteries?
Yeah, but I'm actually much more three-dimensional than that. Who is this?
That's the mystery. And solve it quick, because I'm in your house.
A serial killer calling from inside my house? Yes, that's a classic, and that's my point. Why change anything when the classics all still work, right? Wait, you're inside my house?
She's a perfect voice for Velma.
She really is. Now, the changes that they're making in this show, there's quite a few. First of all, Scooby is not in it.
So are they going to make it entertaining? Is that...
Scooby will not be in it. Warner Brothers did not permit the use of Scooby because of the show's very adult tone, raunchy hijinks, and violence.
But the other characters are fine.
And they've been changed. Shaggy, or Norville, as he's known, is anti-drug.
I think that they would love that.
But Mindy Kaling says that the character shift from straight edge to burnout will be earned. So he will start the show,
and he'll become Shaggy,
being anti-drugs, and then he will. Yeah.
Okay.
It's an amazing voice cast. They've got all kinds of people lending their voices to it. You've got Jane Lynch, Wanda Sykes, Ken Leung, Russell Peters, Stephen Root, Gary Cole, Weird Al Yankovic, Fortune Femster. I mean, just a ton of people in it.
What was the last one you said?
Fortune Femster.
Who's that?
Comedian. Let's see, a whole bunch of people. Ming-Na Wen, just a bunch of them. And Frank Welker, who was the voice of the original Fred and Scooby-Doo, will be playing Fred's dad. But that'll premiere sometime next year on HBO Max. Now, we got more trailers from New York Comic Con, just a ton of them. And let's see, let me start with, Star Trek Picard Season 3.
Okay.
Which is a reuniting of the Next Generation cast. The entire cast.
A distress call from Beverly Crusher.
Beverly Crusher. We are being hunted.
Who is it out there?
I don't know.
But now what's cool about this, I mean, yeah, it's great that they got the gang back together, but what's cool about this is the new villain, Amanda Plummer. And she's
Very precise with your timing, Jean-Luc Picard.
She is guest starring as Vatic, captain of an alien vessel called the Shrike that is hunting Picard and his friends.
Does Beverly Crusher still wear way too much makeup?
She looks pretty good, actually, in this. But we find out that Worf is, well, listen.
You should know that I now prefer pacifism to combat. We're all gonna die.
So, February 16th is when that premieres.
Didn't sound like
season
Worf.
3. Well, he's a pacifist now.
He doesn't, he's not as growly.
And maybe he's taken some acting lessons. Maybe that's also helped.
Perhaps he has.
Perhaps. Also premiering at New York Comic Con. We got another look at Wednesday, the Addams Family Netflix series that Tim Burton put together. But more importantly, we got a look and a hear of Uncle Fester.
Should we meet your new roommate?
Are you feeling okay? You look a little pale.
Please excuse Wednesday. She's allergic to color.
Oh, wow. What happens to you? I break out into hives and then the flesh peels off my bones.
She's absolutely perfect to play this role.
As if I don't care if people dislike me. Deep down, I actually enjoy it.
But it just looks great. Burton's got one thing right about this show, and that's the visuals. We'll have to wait and see, but
Not just because it's a school. Secret societies, hidden libraries, a homicidal monster. What other surprises are in store? Uncle Fester.
I like to travel incognito. Come on, let's roll.
But Fred Armisen is playing Uncle Fester. And I think if you had 20 years ago went to Fred Armisen and said, "You'll be playing Uncle Fester someday,"
No, I won't.
he wouldn't believe you. We also got looks at, let's see, we got a look at Titans Season 4, which is Teen Titans, but it's, Nightwing and the young Wonder Woman. It's a great little show, but we only got a quick look at it. They're introducing the villain Brother Blood and his cult of blood.
With a name like that, you have to be a villain.
You have to. You can't be a hero with a name like Brother Blood, but that is online. You can go and take a look at that. And also there's a trailer for the new season of Doom Patrol, the show that does not give any Fs. And I can't play it for you because it gives Fs in the
Too
in
many.
the trailer. But you can go online and watch all of those and enjoy. Oh, also, before it even premiered, Interview with the Vampire got a season 2.
I didn't know they were going to do another Picard. I thought they were done with that.
This is the last one. And we're also getting more Planet of the Apes movies. Was announced as well. Traffic, Gina, please.
So that rollover crash at the ramp I-15 to I-80, it spilled fertilizer across the road, and that's why everything is still backed up and closed. They say it could be closed until about 10:30 while they clean up that fertilizer spill there. So that's still a major issue, causing backups northbound I-15 that go all the way back into Murray. Crash northbound I-215 west at 19 South in Salt Lake. Crash northbound I-15 at the I-15-215 junction is on the right shoulder. We also have a crash southbound I-15. This is at the off-ramp in Pleasant Grove. That is off to the left shoulder. And what are you seeing out there? You can text us 33986 and let us know. Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu. Now accepting enrollments for spring semester.
All right, KXRK Provo. We have Frank Christ Presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. Coming up in just a few moments. You can line up now to play. You could win tickets, VIP tickets, to our a special event on Thursday night at the Broadway.
Which means you have to be 21 or older. So that
Yes.
is a restriction on who can play
For
today.
the Radio from Hell celebration of 8,000 episodes, recording a podcast and seeing a movie.
It's just the VIP that has to be 21 or older. Anybody else, you know.
Yeah, if you just want to attend, you can be any age, but there you go. BigOTires.com.
I was just there on Saturday.
What happened?
Big O Tires. And,
Did you go there just to smell things again, Bill?
Well, you know, I had a discussion with them about that. I'll tell you later.
Okay.
But I went because I needed new windshield wipers and because one of my tires was low on air. I could tell. And I thought, well, I better have them check it. Sure enough, nail in the tire.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So right now at Big O Tires, I go to the one on 2nd East and South Temple. You can get $100 off select sets of Big O brand tires, which I have on my car. The newly redesigned Big O tire has a 3-year warranty and a new tread design. This offer only goes through the end of the month. Save up to $190 on select Michelin and BF Goodrich tires after a mail-in rebate. That's good to the end of the month. And before the snow hits, get your car ready for winter. Winterize it at Big O Tires. I'm sure you can find a location near you. They're all over the place. Just go to BigOTires.com. They are the team you trust.
Need to catch up on missed radio.
That in certain countries, it's against the law to name your baby these things. Give your baby these names.
I mean, I don't know if you want to do a dueling list. I don't know. Because I have a list, too.
Well,
I could save my list.
What is your list?
It's astounding child support payments of the stars.
So it'll just be amounts of money that...
That sounds... I'd like to see that list, but with our limited amount of time...
Okay, I can
think
save
that,
this.
I think that Bill's list is the way to go.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Says here, every new parent remains excited about naming their kids, and sometimes they tend to get a little carried away trying to keep unique names for their sons and daughters. In countries across the world, several names are actually banned. Here is a list of the 10 bizarre names which are banned in several nations, and we'll tell you why they're banned. This one's obvious.
Okay.
In Germany, Malaysia, New Zealand, Mexico, you cannot name your child Adolf Hitler.
You cannot.
Why would you want
that? People, particularly in Malaysia, for some reason, Adolf Hitler is there. Like there are Hitler stores.
Really?
They like the Hitler
I
in
didn't
Malaysia?
know
There was
that.
a restaurant named Hitler.
I did not know that.
This one, Amir. It may be quite a popular name in India, especially among Muslims, but Amir is banned in Saudi Arabia.
Really?
As that would mean one is related to the royalty.
Amir. Oh, yeah.
And you can't...
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless you're really related to the royalty, you can't name your
Can't
child
be
that.
named Amir. All right.
IKEA. You can't name your child IKEA in Japan.
In Japan?
Yes. There's a company named, so the name is on the banned list. It's already taken, they say. It's on the...
So any company you can't name, or just IKEA?
It just says IKEA here.
We pronounce it IKEA. Is that okay?
IKEA.
This name is a big no in the United Kingdom. You may not name your child Cyanide. Now, and I'm assuming that these people have tried to name their kids these things. Now, this one is banned in New Zealand. You can't name your child legally. You cannot name your child Anal.
It's Anal.
Yeah. Or Anal. You can't.
It's pronounced Anal.
You can't do it. In Japan, you can't name your child Anuma because that means devil. And you can't name your child for the devil in Japan. A name banned in Switzerland, Judas.
Judas.
Probably a good idea.
They are trying to discourage people from giving their kids religious names of any kind.
Oh, really?
Because it would cause kids harm, they say. Now, Sarah. There is a difference of one H in Sarah, S-A-R-A-H or S-A-R-A, but that's all that matters in Morocco.
Really?
Sarah with an H is too Hebrew.
You can't.
And it's not allowed.
Wow.
But the Arabic version, Sarah, S-A-R-A, that's okay. You can name your child Here, this is apparently really somebody named their child this or tried to. BRFXXXCMNPCCCLMPPP, just a bunch of letters. Yeah, it is a name, not a typo. It's supposed to be pronounced, I don't know why, Alban.
Alban.
But the name
it's clearly Alban.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But the name is banned in Sweden, as are the names Elvis and Metallica.
Who's naming their kid Metallica?
I don't know.
I mean, Elvis should be okay.
You would think. And finally this, a Russian couple wanted to name their child this.
Okay.
And they knew what they were doing. They knew what this was, but they thought this was a great name for their child. And I think they maybe thought this was a great name for their child because it assisted them in having the child. They wanted to name the child Viagra.
They want...
We'll just call her Vi for for short.
Would that be a girl's name, Viagra?
Would it be?
I don't know. You know, if you call her Vi, people will think her name is Violet.
Mm-hmm.
No. Does that stand for Violet? No, it's Viagra. Yeah. Cannot name your child Viagra. So.
Wow.
How about Cialis? Is that okay?
Yeah, maybe Cialis.
I don't have that information here. I don't know. Maybe that's fine. I'm not sure. We'll have to I'll ask a Russian next time I see one.
Cialis Viagra Barbarian, get in here.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right.
Well, here I am at 12,887 feet, Tengboche. The Tengboche Monastery is here, and 5.5 hours on the road to Tengboche today. The first part of the walk, I'd say the first 3.5 hours, fairly nice, fairly leisurely. We left Namche, and it was just kind of gentle up and down. And then we crossed the river, what's the name of the river again? Dudakosi River. We crossed the river and had some lunch and then started up. And it was, I'm telling you, it was 2 hours, 2.5 hours, up, unrelenting, up to 12,800 and some odd feet. So it's not a walk in the park. Well, it is a walk in the park. This is the Sagarmatha National Park. Sagarmatha is the name of Everest in Nepal. So anyway, I'm on the trail, and I saw my first yak today. You don't see yak down low. As a matter of fact, if the yak go, I guess, below about 12,000 feet, they will die. They can't go down to where we started. And conversely, there are buffalo down below and cows down below, and they can't come up high, or they will die. And there's a great story about the buffalo and the yak. The yak apparently there's no salt in Nepal, and so the yak decided that they would go to Tibet and find salt for the people of Nepal. And when they got to Tibet was so beautiful, they decided they would just stay. And so the cows, and you'll see the cows and the buffalo always looking up, and they're always looking up wondering when the yak are going to bring the salt back. Did that make sense? Anyway, we passed places that were offering fresh yak cheese. I didn't try it. But I will, and yak milk soon to come. Coming up in just a minute, I'm going to talk more about the trek up here and about the rhododendron forest. We'll talk about that coming up.
Frank Christ, Celebrity Reaper in the house.
Now, this time of year, Frank.
Yes?
As I'm driving around town, I keep thinking I see you.
Oh.
Because
Well, you know.
Because people have their Halloween decorations up in their yards. I'm like, is that Frank? Oh, that's not Frank.
This time of year, my fans are everywhere.
I think we should get as many people as possible to dress like Frank Chris for Halloween. And just confuse the hell out of people.
And then I might be standing right next to you, and you wouldn't even know.
That's right. Frank is the celebrity reaper. He reaps the souls of our precious, precious celebrities. He doesn't like doing it, but...
No, I hate it. I love our precious
I
celebrities.
know you do. But Frank joins us here on the radio to play a game we call Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
3 of the well-known people or notable people on this list of 4. 3 of them, Frank, they're
fine. They're just fine.
Just fine. One of them, however, is no longer with us, and that's the one that our contestant has to suss out. Who is our contestant?
You'll be playing with Brett today.
Brett, is it?
Yes, Brett.
Brett, how are you?
Yay.
How are you, Brett?
Hey, well, even though it's Monday, I remain fine.
Just fine?
You're just fine. Okay. Brett, you ready to play?
Yes.
Now, what you're playing for, Brett, is VIP tickets to our Radio from Hell 8,000th episode party happening this Thursday. We're going to do a Not Safe for Work podcast recording at the Broadway Theater, followed by a screening of the movie Ruben and Ed, because it's also Ruben and Ed's anniversary as well. And Trent Harris, director of Ruben and Ed, will be there with us.
All right, Brett, here we go. I'm going to read you 4 famous serial killers. Now, all of them should be gone, probably.
Sure.
But only one of them is. The others are...
Oh, they're fine.
Just fine. Yes. Number 1 on the list, David Berkowitz, known as Son of Sam, murdered 6 people in New York City, claiming he received orders from a demon-possessed dog.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, Ed Kemper. He killed, well, I can't go into a lot of the details of Ed Kemper, but he did really horrible things to several people. He started out by murdering his grandfather, I think, but then he turned to people he didn't know. He was dubbed the Co-Ed Killer and the Co-Ed Butcher. Number 3, Aileen Wuornos. She was involved in many, many horrible crimes, and she apparently killed at least 5 men. Aileen was eventually caught and placed in jail. All of these people have done jail time, of course.
Well, I would hope so.
And then number 4 is Dennis Rader. Dennis Rader lived a double life, devoted family and company man by day, but terrorized Wichita, Kansas as the BTK killer. Bind, torture, kill. That's the BTK killer. At least 10 murders for Dennis Rader. So of those 4, one of them is no longer with us. The rest of them are in jail. Who's gone?
Let's go number 4.
Dennis Rader? No, I'm terribly sorry. Dennis Rader is still...
He's fine. He's just fine.
Let me give you a hint. Can I help?
I don't know.
Yes, please. I was actually going to phone a friend to Gina if I could.
Well, Charlize Theron played one of these people in a movie.
Charlize Theron did not play Ed Kemper, Gina.
When she...
No, Ellie Kemper did, our other precious celebrity.
No, so is it David Berkowitz, Ed Kemper, or Aileen Wuornos?
Oh, Aileen Wuornos.
There you go. Aileen, she...
Played by our precious celebrity, Charlize Theron.
Who is fine.
She's fine.
Right?
Oh, she's fine.
Oh, she's very fine, isn't she?
She's an atomic blonde.
Aileen was dispatched in 2002. And,
well, Brett, you've got VIP passes to our event. It's sponsored by Water Pocket Distillery and Salt Lake Film Society, and it's happening this Thursday. Tickets for regular folk, you don't have to be 21, are still available at x96.com.
All right.
Yay, thank you so much.
Oh, my goodness.
You're welcome. I'm glad you're excited.
Hang on. Well, he was very excited, wasn't he?
Hey, Gina, have you ever heard of the Torso murder?
No.
Ooh.
This happened in the 30s. I just stumbled across this the other day. Never caught.
Uh-huh.
I believe it was in Cleveland. And Elliot Ness was in Cleveland at the time. You know,
Do they
famous
think Elliot Ness?
famous G-man. No, but they put him on the case eventually. He was there doing
Oh.
something else. They put him on the case, and he was terrible at it. He was good at busting gangsters, but when it came to tracking down a serial
He
killer,
can follow the money, but
he was
can't
not
follow-
good at it. Yeah, they never caught the Torso murder. Frank probably knows who it is.
I know. I'm cursed with knowledge.
I know. You can't say.
I can't say, no.
Frank, what do you have going on for the rest of the day?
Well, has anyone seen Ben Vereen?
Ben Vereen?
You mean brown shoe, or was he 10-speed? I can't remember.
Can't remember either.
10-speed and brown
It was
shoe.
Jeff Goldblum and Ben Vereen.
Yeah, I think he was brown shoe.
He was brown shoe?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, he's 76 today.
Oh.
Is he related to Denverine at all? Is it-
Denverine? No.
no, it's
Denverine?
not no relation.
No.
Tanya Tucker's only 64, but boy, the miles.
Yeah, hard living, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, all right. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. Goodbye. I don't know why I wave. It's the.
Oh, he can see.
Bye, goodbye.
He can see.
Bony bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got that special magical being eyesight, you know, where he can see all around him.
I knew you'd look up the Torso murders, Gina.
Jeff Goldblum was brown shoe.
He was brown. Oh, because he was the square.
Ben Vereen is 10-speed.
Yeah, because he was the square.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Ben Vereen was hip. He was
Yeah.
10-speed. Were they detectives
Yeah.
or serial killers?
No,
I
they
can't
were
remember.
detectives.
They should have been serial killers.
Detectives, all right.
They're detectives. All right. We do have Big Boy News, Opinnuendo, all coming up. Stand by for that. And I think we have some Botanicals tickets to give away a little bit later. We'll tell you about that up at the Red Butte Gardens. Stand by for all of that. Wendy's for lunch. You're sitting there at work right now or in court or wherever. Oh, there's no court today. Sorry.
No, you're not in court. This is a good day to go out for lunch. You don't have court.
Exactly. And because it's a holiday, probably going to be less busy. Download the Wendy's app and set a time and an order for the pretzel bacon pub cheeseburger. Now, you can just order this when you go to Wendy's. You don't need to do it through the app. It's just handy is all. That's the only reason I'm telling you about the app. The pretzel bacon pub cheeseburger, people are telling me that it's absolutely fabulous, and you should give it a try. Warm, savory beer cheese, applewood smoked bacon, crispy fried onions, Munster cheese, pickles, and the smoky honey mustard, which works extremely well with the one-of-a-kind pretzel bun, and, of course, the frozen hot and juicy patty. This is so good. Got to get one for lunch today. Maybe I'll swing by on the way home and pick one of these up. Get a Dr. Pepper to wash it all down as well. Remember, this is for a limited time. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Dr. Pepper's a registered trademark of Dr. Pepper 7-Up, Inc.
Real Alternative is back. X96.
Hello, this is William Shatner, star of Rescue 911. I have friends who are currently suffering the personal agony of hair loss. Through them, I have learned the importance of investing in a high-quality wig or toupee. That is why, if I needed a hairpiece, I would visit
Carrie and Bill's Wig and Toupee Emporium.
Hi, we're Carrie and Bill, the Radio from Hell guys, and we're proud to be associated with Worldwide Celebrity Wigs and Toupees. It's the only non-surgical hair replacement center that offers toupees and wigs woven entirely from celebrities' hair.
Worldwide contracts to buy the hair of Hollywood's most hirsute celebrities. Then, when the stars get a haircut or die, Worldwide is on hand to harvest the hair. The hair is then woven into a versatile, lightweight, comfortable wig, personally cut, fit, and styled for you. Just listen to these satisfied customers.
I lost my hair and scalp in an unfortunate encounter with an industrial blender. It was unsightly, and my confidence was at an all-time low. But when Dinah Shore died, Worldwide made me a wig from Dinah's hair. Now I'm so full of confidence, I may just go after Burt Reynolds. Wow.
After years of working at the toxic waste dump in Tooele, I began to notice a loss of most of my head and body hair. I gave Worldwide a call. They replaced the hair on my head with a wig made from Randall Carlisle's Golden Locks. And as an added bonus, they threw in a half a pound of Ed Asner's body hair for free. Now I'm so confident, I may just go after Kimberly Perkins.
This is William Shatner again. Please don't suffer with the torment and embarrassment of hair loss. Just look in the phone book for my friends at
Carrie Ann Bill's Wig and Toupee Emporium.
Please don't delay. Beam yourself up a full head of hair today.
Right now, and it is time for Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Metro Security is looking for people with drive, ambition, and passion for helping improve the world around them. Metro Security provides competitive pay, continual training, medical, dental, vision, and college partnership to further educate officers. To be eligible, you must be at least 18 and able to obtain armed licensure in the state of Utah. Send your resume to jobs@metrosecurity.com.
Well, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, he says he's not going to run for president.
Good.
No, I'm not.
Well,
You shouldn't.
he was never going to.
He said it's not in the game plan.
He spends too much time at the gym. He wouldn't have time to do the job of president.
He talked to Tracy Smith in a preview of this week's CBS Sunday morning sit-down about a presidential run, which he said he toyed with. In past interviews, he thought, maybe. But he said, no, it's really off the table. He says, I will say this because it requires the B-side to this. I love our country and everyone in it, but I love being a father. He said, I need to be a father to my 3 kids, Simone, Jasmine, and Tiana. That's the most important thing to me, and it will always be number one. And I would not be able to be a good dad if I ran for president. A shooting outside of U.S. Representative Lee Zeldin's Long Island home in Shirley left 2 people injured yesterday. Suffolk County Police said in a statement. Zeldin said his 16-year-old daughters, Michaela and Ariana, were home when they heard gunshots just after 2 p.m. and called the police. A spokesperson for the Suffolk County Police Department confirmed the shooting occurred, said 2 people were injured, taken into area hospitals for treatment. No further information on their injuries, and I don't believe these were related to the fact that he was a congressman. I think it... I
Just
think
a coincidence?
Kind of a coincidence. Let me go here. Sorry. So we told you about those 2 men found not guilty on all charges relating to an incident back in 2017 when 2 piglets were stolen from Circle 4 Farms.
Yes.
Wayne, it's an Asian name. I think it's Swing. And co-defendant Paul Picklesheimer, activist with the Animal Rights Network, Direct Action Everywhere, were found not guilty by the jury. The jury apparently agreed with their cause. I think that's because they did steal 2 piglets.
Yeah.
From the
That were like a $50 value.
Yeah. And but I think that the jury was sympathetic to their cause.
Yeah.
And so that's why they were found not guilty. And now I looked up. I said I thought I had heard that Circle 4 Farms was closing. It has not closed. However, it's owned by Smithfield Foods. They announced that they are closing the majority of the operations there, prompting an outcry from the community. County officials noted, and this was back in June, they announced this, back in June. They are the area's largest employer.
Which is that will hurt the area.
Yeah, they're cutting 250 jobs, and that's really going to hurt Milford and that surrounding area. St. George Polster has been pushing cultural wars on Facebook. Marxism, cancel culture, drag shows may fall far afield of everyday concerns that most Utah cities grapple with, but they're the bread and butter issues that former St. George City Council candidate Ronald Jeffries Woodbury he deals with online every day. Perceived by some as a gadfly, a perpetual nuisance in St. George's municipal ointment, Woodbury is seen by a nuisance in the ointment. Woodbury is seen by others as a champion of core conservative values, which he often pays to push in the polls he conducts on Facebook.
Yeah.
Woodbury ran for a seat on the city council last year, but withdrew from the race when his stepfather passed away. The stay-at-home father of 2 apparently has plenty of time to push conspiracy theories on Facebook in St. George.
It's a hobby.
Yeah.
Core conservative values.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theories.
We could really do without this sort of thing, Mr. Woodbury, but he did something he called his Liberty Survey. Respondents were asked if cancel culture is infiltrating St. George and placing their personal liberty at risk.
If you were
They were also asked if Marxist socialist agendas should be allowed to coexist in the community and if St. George should be declared a Second Amendment sanctuary city.
If you were a core conservative, if you were a Republican, if you don't come out against this stuff,
your silence.
Then we have to believe that you are okay with it.
Yeah, your silence to me is an endorsement.
Okay, I'm going to announce that I'm switching to the conservative side any day.
Well, you're a registered Republican.
I am a registered Republican. That's true. That's mainly just so I can vote in the primaries.
And so you can have a say in the people that are ruling this state. That's the only way to be.
It hasn't worked out too well so far.
It's the only way to be part of it.
I know, but I wish. But
hey, who was it in this room told me to vote for John Curtis? Because he was reasonable?
He was better than the other guy, Kerry.
Oh, okay.
That's probably true. He's better than the other guy. It's Indigenous Peoples Day, or some people still hang on to Columbus Day for some reason. It's interesting. How did Christopher Columbus become what he is?
Good marketing?
Exactly. That's exactly it. Columbus as somewhere along the line, we decided that Columbus was, we needed to rewrite the narrative of what was happening to indigenous peoples everywhere. And Christopher Columbus was a Westerner who we could put our, get behind. The first sculpture of Columbus commissioned in the United States by, I think it was Woodrow Wilson, shows Christopher Columbus standing triumphant with an Indian maiden cowering at his feet in fear. In fear, because that's the image that we wanted to push. That we have
conquered.
We were conquerors. We have triumphed, and Columbus is
over a peaceful people that were here before us.
Columbus Day, but it's Indigenous Peoples Day. Columbus was a monster.
Well, just a public service message. Unless you're hearing this on Tuesday, because it's Indigenous Peoples Day. The liquor stores are closed.
Mm-hmm.
Don't call Ivy at Boozetique and ask her if she sells booze. She does not.
She sells everything that goes with booze, but not the actual booze.
Don't call her.
One other quick little item about Columbus. 56 years after Columbus's first voyage, of the 300,000 natives on the island of Hispaniola, only 500 were still there alive.
Well,
Christopher Columbus.
Yeah. Weather?
More bad news. I don't know. It's not bad news. It's fine. It's nice.
It's just
the
fine.
weather's fine. It's just fine. It's actually quite pleasant. If it were May, 70, mid-70s, high 70s for the next 7 to 10 days, it looks like. Now, it does cool down overnight, which is nice. You sleep with the windows open, and it gets into the low 50s, upper 40s, which is actually really lovely sleeping weather. But during the day, not so much.
All right. Thank you.
Carrie.
So Bill teased me with murder, and so now I have to follow through.
All right. Is it sponsored?
No.
All right.
And now a morsel of murder with Gina Barberi. Radio from Hell on X96.
Yeah, I got kind of shafted on that murder story I was reading because I thought I'd read that she set somebody on fire, but she didn't. I was disappointed.
Well, let me see if this helps. It's a different story.
Okay.
All right.
The family of a woman who was murdered by her pig farmer husband.
Ooh.
So he could have an affair with another woman, says they're haunted by her death after her body was finally found in a septic tank decades after she vanished.
Wow.
Relatives of Brenda Venables say her husband David has, quote, put them through hell after finally being found guilty of killing her at their home in May of 1982.
Well,
the 89-year-old man has been free for 40 years.
Wait, really?
40 years?
He even tried to blame a serial killer for the murder. That's who did it. It was this. So he's basically gotten away with it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you say pig farmer, and you think, well, surely he
fed her to the pigs.
No.
They'll eat people.
Police originally treated Brenda's disappearance as a missing person inquiry. They never searched the tank, which they should have, obviously. So he murdered his wife and put her in the tank because he wanted her out of the way so he could resume a long-standing affair with another woman. He knew the septic tank was in a secluded location, a perfect hiding place. It was on his property, so he didn't have to travel.
Yeah.
So he reported his wife missing, but didn't seem too upset about it. The police said, well, she was here yesterday. I don't know where she...
She likes to travel.
I don't know where she went. So everything seemed normal. The woman he was interested in said 2 weeks after his wife disappeared. He showed up at her house. This is the British press, by the way. He called round he called around and to try to see if she'd be interested in sex.
Yeah.
I was just wondering. My wife's gone. Gosh, she's been gone 2 weeks. I was wondering if you're interested in sex. Which she said okay.
Oh, good.
So
All right.
So that tells you about her. She broke up with him, and he took up with another woman who he's a serial cheater.
Yeah.
This man.
That's known as philandering.
Yes. But finally, his property was purchased by someone else.
He sold the place.
Who and he thought he was in the clear.
Because surely they wouldn't go in the septic tank.
No.
Well, you have to clean those things out every once in a while.
Well, they did,
You
and
do,
they found
yeah.
a skull and bones.
That shouldn't be there.
Wait a minute. But I don't understand why he didn't feed her to the. He's a pig farmer. Why didn't he?
I don't know. Maybe that's overrated.
Feeding to the pig. You
Yeah.
don't think it's really a thing?
Oh,
well, I think
they'll eat. Yeah,
I think they will.
they will. We used to catch fish and throw them to the pigs.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I love that this too. He sold the piggery, which I guess is
yeah.
It's not a pig farm. It's a piggery.
It's a piggery.
So finally, 40 years later, I mean, he's 89. He's not going to.
They're going to charge him?
Yeah, they convicted him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they
Yeah.
did?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
So he'll spend the rest of his
Yeah, he'll spend the next
days.
6 months.
Yeah.
But I like this. The psychiatrist at the trial described him as, quote, a typical farmer, displaying little or no affection to his wife, but showering praise on the family dog. You're a good boy. Yes, you are.
That's a typical farmer, huh?
It is.
I guess.
It really is. Kate on the phone.
Is it Kate? Are you there, Kate?
Kate.
I am here.
Hi, Kate. Is it Kate Randall?
Yes.
Hi, nice to talk to you. Are you are you up to the zoo right now, or up to Red Butte?
Red Butte Garden.
Yeah, Red Butte.
I'm not there right now. No.
I when my kids were young, used to come to this botanical Red Butte Garden.
Oh, mine too.
I loved it actually. Now that I think about it,
it's great.
Tell people what it is exactly.
So this year, it's a themed event. Every year is different, but this year we're inviting guests to solve the mystery of Red Butte Gardens. So when you get there, you'll discover that there are the golden pollinators of Nefertiti have been stolen by a mystical plant creature, and it's your job or the guest's job to look for clues through the garden and different areas of the garden to find out who stole them and save them.
This is perfect. The weather's really good for this this year. When does this the mystery start?
It runs from October 20th through the 30th.
Okay.
And there's daytime hours and evening hours.
What would you recommend, daytime or evening?
Well, it depends. The daytime hours, you don't need to purchase a ticket. It's just admission at the door. So you just show up at the garden and pay admission and go in. At nighttime, you need to reserve tickets online. And nighttime has a few more guests there. There's some musical entertainment that will be there at night. There's lights, night lighting. Yeah. That's really pretty at the garden at night.
And it's not scary.
And then, it's just kind of a little bit more spooky, at night.
It's not,
but not too spooky.
No, it's spooky, not scary.
It's atmospheric.
Maybe is a better word.
Atmospheric.
That's
Yeah.
nice.
Yes.
RedButteGarden.org is where you can reserve those tickets. Are there family discounts and things like that?
No, it's one price. It's $15 for evening tickets for adults and children. During the daytime, the admission price is a little bit lower. Adults $14, children $7 from 9 to 5. And then you don't need to reserve a ticket. You can just show up.
Okay. And tell people where. I've been to Red Butte Garden many times, but tell people where it is in case they have no idea.
It's located in the foothills right above the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. It's about, right next door to the Natural History Museum.
Mm-hmm.
It's really easy to find. There is a map and parking information on our website.
Okay, redbuttgardens.org. And
yes, redbuttegarden.org.
Yeah, just not plural, singular. And it's, I don't know, when I was there years ago, the nighttime was perfect. There were nice lights, and there were like little areas that you could go. It was almost like you're going through a tunnel made of trees and things that are all lit up.
That's cool.
Really nice. There's different areas in the garden that are decorated differently depending on the theme of the event. And so you'll go through, let's see, the Peter Porcupine's Tomato Pokey Pumpkin Patch and the Carnivorous Swamp.
I want you to say that. I want you to say that, Peter. Say that 3 times really fast, okay?
Peter Porcupine's.
No, never.
You don't have to.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Bill was just
there's a haunted jungle. There's just different areas of the garden that are decorated for the different plant creatures that are hiding clues.
It's a beautiful place, Red Butte Garden.
Yeah.
Again, it starts on the 20th.
The 20th.
And goes just for 10 days, the 30th. So.
Yes, and you can purchase your Botanical Nights tickets now online, and I'd recommend those are timed admission tickets. So
good idea.
Once they might sell out, certain times might sell out before others.
Now, here's my favorite bit of guidance that you've sent us. Halloween costumes are encouraged day and night.
Yes.
But no full face masks, especially not adults. Too creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
that's
that.
true.
Yeah.
That's a good bit of guidance.
I think so.
Yeah, that we have our costume guidelines on our website, and anyone can take a look at those and see.
Are you a lucky person that you get to work at Red Butte Garden?
Yeah, it's a great place to work. Everyone enjoys their job up here.
Yeah. It's just beautiful.
It's great. Yeah, it's gorgeous, and it's gorgeous in the fall. The weather's great, and the temperatures are great.
It's the Mystery of Red Butte Garden. It starts on the 20th, and you get tickets at redbuttegarden.org. Thank you, Kate.
Yes. Right. Yes, thank you. Have a great day.
Talk to you later. Good luck. All right, we will take a break. We will be back to crawl towards the exits after these. Brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com. Use the promo code X96 for $20 off plus free shipping. Brooklinen knows that your bed is made for much more than sleeping. There's all kinds of things that you can do in your bed. I mean, watching TV,
reading books,
working from home, all kinds of things that you could do in your bed. You might as well do it with the highest quality sheets, pillows, and bedding from the home of the Internet's favorite sheets. I love our Brooklinen sheets that we have at home. They have all the essentials that you need. Brooklinen, created by a husband and wife duo to provide customers with luxury hotel-level home essentials. They offer everything from, of course, the sheets, but cozy towels, bathrobes, loungewear, accessories. They got all kinds of stuff there. Go and take a look, and take a look at their heathered cashmere sheets, lightweight luxury of soft cotton and cozy Himalayan cashmere. They're nice. For everything you do in bed, check out brooklinen.com today for their luxurious home and bedding essentials. Use the promo code X96 for $20 off plus free shipping on your purchase of $100 or more.
And now,
they're going to charge him?
Yeah, they convicted him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they did.
So he'll spend the rest of his
he'll spend the next
days.
6 months.
Yeah.
But I like this. The psychiatrist at the trial described him as, quote, a typical farmer, displaying little or no affection to his wife, but showering praise on the family dog. You're a good boy. Yes, you are.
That's a typical farmer, huh?
It is.
I guess.
It really is.
All right.
Not displaying affection for his wife.
I guess.
Yeah.
Meaning, well, it's not unusual that he wasn't nice to his wife. That's what no farmers are nice to their wives.
No.
So there you go. Just a little morsel of murder.
I've known some very nice farmers, however.
Well, you're not a farmer's wife.
Yeah.
Well.
You ever talk to them? Get their side of the story?
No, but I've talked to plenty of farmers' daughters, if you know what I mean. So how did your tour of the tobacco farms go, Gina?
We didn't tour tobacco farms.
You didn't?
No.
Oh.
So Jonesy, my 16-year-old, is fixing to go to college, and she's very ambitious in these these decisions. And
I always tell people when they ask what's she like, I say, well, let's put it this way. Very young, she said, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be Surgeon General.
Yeah. And she's pivoted a little from that. She said that when she was like 6.
Yeah.
She wants to work with children, young children, little kids with mental health issues.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And she wants to maybe go to school in England. Now, the schools she's looking at there have very strict admissions policies. They're really hard to get into.
Okay.
Is it just grades? Is that the
grades? Is like they're like everybody
else?
has a 4.0.
What else?
It's specific AP classes you have to take.
Mm-hmm.
It's tests you have to take.
That's out of my league.
So it's stuff she needs to think about now if she wants to go. But you don't want to make a decision to go to out-of-country school without visiting the school and seeing how you feel about it. And so we had a list of places we wanted to go to, and the first place on her list was Brighton, which is a beach town on the southern end of England. And, well, first let me say, we're so lucky to have Salt Lake International Airport here now with all of their nonstop flights that they have available now. To get on a plane here and get off in London and not have to deal with Atlanta and New York and all, it's a wonderful thing. It's a long flight. It's about 9 hours to get there. And I got up on the plane. Now, I did my Imodium before I get on the plane, like I always do, because no one wants to have an issue on a 9-hour flight. I preemptively Imodium. So I wasn't getting up to do anything other than pee.
That's nice to know. Thanks.
But as I got up periodically over the 9 hours, I wasn't sitting with my husband. He was across the cabin from me.
Mm-hmm.
He worked on his computer the entire way. Everyone else on the plane is watching movies and sleeping, and he had his... I said, what are you...
He's so fun.
He's like, I'm getting a lot of good work done. And the work I got done on the plane was I finally got to see the Batman, because it's 3 hours long, and I'm like, I have plenty of time to watch the Batman.
That end was scary, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I liked it.
Because it could happen.
It was... So, first trip to Brighton, which is about an hour train ride typically from London.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but with the trains not
But with the trains not. So this is all due to the heat and staffing shortages.
Uh-huh.
Trains were canceled because the rails were warping.
Warping, yeah.
And staffing shortages, there weren't people to drive the trains. It took us 5 hours to get from London to Brighton. We missed our tour. We booked a tour of the campus and
the very reason you went there.
Yeah. But so you'd be sitting on the train, and they would just come over the loudspeaker and say, terribly sorry, we don't have a driver for the next leg. So you're just going to have to, and you can't get off. You are just sitting on the train till they got, twice that happened on the, I'm sorry, we're just waiting for a driver. We don't have anybody to drive you the rest of the way. It's just these problems we're having here.
At that point, I'd go, all right, I'll do it.
Yeah.
it's the end of the world, is what you're saying.
It kind of feels that way.
Mhm.
But Brighton is a lovely town. One of the things Jonesy said is, we'll get off the train, because she did all the research. She planned the trip. She said, we'll get off the train, and the minute you walk out of the station, you see the ocean. And she was right. It's a beautiful little town.
You didn't suspect she was lying to you about that.
Well, I mean, I thought she went, well, I know it's near the ocean. No, you walk out of the terminal, and it's the ocean right there.
You'll learn to take her word for things.
And we missed the tour, but we got a cab, and we asked the cabbie, well, can you at least take us to the campus, and we'll just walk around. So it's the University of Sussex there that we were going to look at. And our cabbie looked like Lemmy from Motorhead. He had a leather vest on, a bunch of rings. He was kind of ugly, but hilarious. And we encountered this time after time after time. It is the biggest stereotype, and we have got to do something about this, Utah.
What?
So where are you from?
Where are you from?
Salt Lake City,
Salt Lake
Utah.
City.
Oh,
Are you
the
Mormon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what do you what do you expect?
We need a new first thing to
It won't happen. What's wrong with
the
you?
only thing.
So?
I mean, we got to be known for something other
Well,
than that.
the follow-up is usually, do you ski?
Yeah.
And then you say no, and then they say, well, then why are you living in Utah?
Yeah.
You know?
Or do you know the Osmonds?
Yeah.
Somebody asked us that. Do you know the Osmonds?
Wow.
No, we don't know the. But so food, you think food there? Okay, and
I don't know why you don't lie.
yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, Donnie, we're like
yeah,
this.
sure.
So when you think of going to a place like England, you think, food. They have exotic foods from all over the world.
They do.
And I booked reservations at the finest places in each place we went to check out some of this fine food. Do you know the #1 restaurant in Brighton that they're proud of?
I don't, Gina. Tell me.
It's a Mexican restaurant. This is their exotic food. You want to get exotic, and
listen, the same thing in New York. When I lived in New York, there was no Mexican restaurant there. Yeah. There wasn't one.
But they were like, we have guacamole. Like, you might not have heard of this. We have and it was pretty good.
But, Gina, it is exciting for the people who live there.
Pixies song. There you go. It's in 9:51 right now. Let's see. Did you say you had something over there?
Did you have something, Bill, or do you want me to do this?
Go ahead.
We got an email from our friend, that good-looking Rhett Thomas.
Best-looking guy I know. Well, except for Carrie.
He used to be on the radio with us.
Yep.
And checks in with us from time to time. He sends this email of interest, sort of. Hey, friends, you're so good at doing this for babies. Perhaps you could help with a dog. What should we name this guy? We've been fostering him, but we think we'll keep him. That's nice of you, Rhett.
Yeah.
Ever since you played John Mellencamp to start the show the other day, I want to call him Mellencamp, and we could just call him Mel. He's a blue heeler cattle dog mix. I kind of like the name Blue, especially since he's mostly orange. Or it could be Rusty. So I think a lot of blue heelers are named Blue.
Don't do
think
that. Don't do that.
He said, I'm also completely happy with Doggy McDogface. Thanks for letting me listen. Rhett. And he sent some pictures of the pup, who looks just like a sweetheart.
Now, I'm not very good at this.
Naming dogs?
I'm not either.
Because I replied to Rhett with my suggestion.
Which was what?
I said, he looks kind of like a Dexter to me. Not the serial killer, but Dexter Riley, Kurt Russell. Look it up. And Rhett replied, sad thing is, that's the only name that I won't use.
No.
Dexter was my dog of 13 years who got cancer and died earlier this year.
Way to go, Carrie.
I'm like, wow, I did not do well.
How could you know that?
I couldn't know that.
There's no way you could know that.
So might I suggest then, we stick with the Kurt Russell theme, and we name him Jack, which is Jack Burton, his character in Big Trouble in Little China. How about that?
You could do Snake.
Snake Plissken.
Snake Plissken.
Except you have to name the I think you'd have to call the dog Snake Plissken. Here, Snake Plissken!
You'd have to.
I had a dog. I'm not good at naming dogs I've only had a very few dogs, and when I was in high school, I acquired a dog who I named Fred L. Montmorency. That's not a very good dog name.
Look up the name of the dog in that Predator movie, the new one.
Oh,
because it looks kind of like
that, huh?
That's-
Predator.
I just realized looking at the picture.
Oh, yeah.
Prey is the movie.
That's the same kind of dog, too.
Yeah, it looks like the same kind of dog.
Yeah, that was a blue heeler.
Yeah, Prey was the movie.
Let me see. Name.
Cujo. Name him Cujo.
No.
No? Rover. Tippy. Name him Tippy.
Shoot, let's see.
Dog names are... I think Mellencamp is good, but if you name him Mellencamp, call him Mellencamp. Don't call him Mel.
No. I think you call him John Cougar Mellencamp.
Yeah.
John Cougar Mellencamp, you get in here.
I think Mellencamp is good, really, though. Here, Mellencamp.
I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Yeah, see? That's a good dog name.
You didn't find the name of the dog in Prey?
I mean, Coco is his real name, but that's not the name.
Coco is the real name of the dog.
Sorry?
Is it Sorry?
S-A-R-I-I, Sorry?
I think so.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, it does.
Astro.
Yeah, that'd be good. Rook of the Rimp. Rook of the Rimp. Does he talk, Brett? Does the dog talk in any way?
John Cougar Mellencamp. I want the whole thing. Because you do that for a cat.
Yeah, Sorry is the dog in Prey. Sorry is not.
No,
that's not good.
Hank. How about Hank? We need
Hank
to have,
Kingsley.
Yeah, we need dogs to have more human, like Paul. Just name a dog Paul.
Yeah, people names.
Yeah, people names.
Steve?
Yeah, Steve. Hey, Steve. Come here, Steve. Come on. And then there'd
Alan?
be people.
Steve and Alan.
There'd be people who would look around. Like what? Why are you calling me? Yeah, I like.
Alan!
Yeah.
Alan!
Yeah.
Alan!
Yeah.
Alan! Alan!
We're not helping, Red. I don't
Alan!
think.
Alan! Steve! 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 Steve!
You at the
Steve!
park?
Steve! Steve!
Yeah. Well.
All right.
But good for you for adopting your foster. That's
Scooby.
great.
Yeah. No.
Arrow. Mel. Pumpkin.
These people just texting
People
in.
just texting in.
Cutie patootie.
No.
Connor. Tanner.
Tanner? No.
Yeah.
You hear those names enough at the park. They're just over at the playground. They're not.
Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby is good for Bobby Hill.
Yeah.
I like it.
Anyway.
Dave!
Dave.
Dave!
Dave.
Dave?
Dave.
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 Dave?
Dave.
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 Dave. Dave.
Dave.
Dave.
Dave.
Dave.
Dave. Dave. Dave.
Rhett, you have to make the dog wear a bandana, too.
My assistant, Dave, right?
Somebody says, consider the route I went and chose an 80s film villain. My current dog is Hans Gruber. I love that.
Gruber.
I love that.
Oh, here we go. Dog Cougar Mellencamp. Thank you, Texter.
All right.
That was not helpful at all.
No, sorry.
I think you can get liquor at the Sugar House Distillery today.
Do they serve food there?
They sell bottles, and they're not a liquor store, and they're open.
I don't know.
I think you
Find
can.
out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say yes or no.
I think you can.
Find out on your own. All right.
If you really need a bottle of liquor.
Let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Okay.
Coming up on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7:45, we'll have a letter from our son Kyle about how he's doing. And then at 8 a.m., the highly caffeinated Jonathan Deasing will join us for Tech Talk about the latest games coming out.
So join us for all of that and more on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
So did he tell us he'd stop drinking coffee? I think he did.
He did. So he's just high on
powerful
games.
Powerful gasoline and a shoe shine.
Chicalito? No, that's a terrible name.
No, that's not.
All right. We got all business, everything? Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Hans Gruber. I like that. Hans.
Marcy is next.